Good evening, family. Welcome. Hello, this is Dr. Kia Pruitt. Welcome to the Dr. Kia Pruitt Show. Check in, family. I'm so happy to see everybody. Please let us know how you're doing and where you are hailing from. Family, today is Friday, January the 24th, 2025, and the time is 5:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Happy Friday! Yay! So I hope you are ready for this wonderful weekend, family. I'm so excited about all the things that we're going to experience. Now, I know that people are wondering what is going on in the geopolitical landscape, what's going on financially, economically. When are we going to see these trillions of dollars being injected into the global economy like people have been saying is going to happen? When is Trump going to make these fantastical announcements that he's promised? Well, family, that's what we're going to talk about, but just a little bit. First, I want to say thank you all for joining us. I am so happy for all of you all who have made it to the new year. You know, a lot of us, they say, have been sent during this time. We are so fortunate to be alive to witness this wonderful golden reality into which we're going. And some of us are experiencing it right now. So keep checking in. I see people saying greetings, and I'm putting up your names on the screen as you're checking in. And we want to just give a quick hello podcast today because I know it is the weekend and people have things to do. Hi, Maxine. It's good to see you. Hello, Almighty Kit Kat. KG, it's good to see you. Almighty KG. You know, I'm just now hearing that you are a very important figure in entertainment. Somebody told me about how amazing you are. I think you helped produce some of the wonderful people that are in the entertainment industry, and you had your own group. So we are so honored and grateful to have you here. Please let us know if there's anything we could do to support you or any information you'd like to share with the Soul family. We'll bring you on. If you want to also maybe give some announcement or do a broadcast with me, then, just let me know. Send me an email at kiapruitt@gmail.com. But I just want to say it is such an honor and a pleasure to have all of you here. And we've even had like some celebrities, some people in the political arena. We've had like the Brunson brothers here on our show. We've had military people to come on our show to talk about how exciting of a time it is that we're living, where everybody is going to experience the same thing, a beautiful new reality where we'll all be peaceful, we'll have our sovereignty, prosperity, and our freedom enjoy during this new golden era. So thank you so much, Almighty KG. Hi, it's good to see you again. Hello, Mama Nicole. Greetings from South Carolina. She says, or South California. What's that, South California? Yes. Louisiana's in the house. I will maintain is here. Tracy is here. And I see so many of you here saying welcome to the Soul family and hello, good evening. How's everybody doing? I saw somebody say, what's up, Doc? I'm doing well. In terms of Rod Steele, who is our financial advisor, thank you for asking, Miss Jeannie. He actually is not doing too well. As you guys know, he was in a very serious car accident, and he said it was the worst car accident of his life, where his car was T-boned. He severed a sternum. He had some back bones broken, his wrist was broken, and many broken bones all over his body. I love you too. And as such, he has been in the hospital since that car accident last week. He's had one major surgery that he had to have the day after the car accident, and then he has to have several more surgeries. Then after he has those surgeries, he has to go into a rehabilitation facility because he has to learn how to walk again. So it's very, very hard for him to come back on, but he wants you all to know that he appreciates your prayers. And he also says, if you have set up for him to do a consultation for him or with him, then please send him a direct message on his Twitter account. And as soon as he is able, he'll get back to those direct messages. Now, he did say it might be a little hard for him to do the consultation while he is on his convalescing bed, trying to get better, but he'll do what he can. And if he can't do it right away, then he'll do it as soon as he gets to the point where he can at least speak well again. Because as I was speaking to him the other day, he was telling me that it was very difficult for him to speak, and I could hear it in his voice. So please pray for Patriot Rod Steele, that he gets well and he gets well soon, and that he'll be back to business. He has suffered from cancer, and we'll talk a little bit about cancer, just a little bit, because some of you are worried or concerned about the cancer mRNA vaccines, about which President Trump has been speaking. But he was dealing with cancer, Patriot Rod Steele, and thanks to people like you and the Soul family who were able to contribute to his treatments, he was able to completely get rid of cancer from his body. So that's wonderful. But what that did, the cancer treatments really just made it difficult for him in terms of it depleted his testosterone. And now he has to have this testosterone levels to come back up. So we are praying for the med beds. And I don't know what his diet is like, but he's doing all he can with what he has. So thank you so much for saying that I am a phenomenal woman. I appreciate that. Somebody just said that. And I will get to your questions in a few minutes. But before we do that, I just want to say I appreciate all of you who have sent me blessings. Some of you have sent Cash App blessings. Some of you have sent me PayPal blessings. I appreciate that. Some of you have sent super chats and super stickers. And so I am very, very grateful, because I know everybody is going through a time right now, or most people are going through a time right now, where they are trying to live within their budget and not give out too much. You have to take care of yourself first and your family first, and then you give from your abundance. So a lot of people say you're supposed to, give from your cup. But if you remember, the scripture that talks about my cup being running over doesn't mean necessarily that you're supposed to pour all of that out of the cup. The scripture in Psalms is David as actually singing a song, and he's saying, my cup runneth over, like with your blessings. So when the Almighty Source, the Creator, God, the ancestors pour into your proverbial cup so that it can be full, please understand and understand that what's in that cup is for you. The overflow, the abundance is for everybody else. And that's not being selfish. As I heard one prominent speaker say before, it's being self-full. So sometimes you just want to be self-full often, because the scripture also says, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, it's not a Christian, because, I have studied all religions, but it also says that you love your neighbor as yourself. It's difficult to love your neighbor if you haven't learned how to completely love, fulfill, and nurture yourself. So my cup runneth over, but what's in the cup is first for me, and then the overflow or the abundance is for others. Now I'm going to speak to the ladies for a second. I know we ladies have a tendency to give, right? Because it's our nature, and we should do that. But please make sure you take some time first, ladies and gentlemen, to take care of, nurture, love on, and dote over your own self, and then give from the abundance. So what are we talking about today? Well, we are just coming off of 4 days of the inauguration, and people have been writing me, hello to all my Instagram family as well, and asking me, what do I think about the administration so far, how it's going. And I don't want to spend too much time on it, because what I try to do, honestly, is to keep my emotions in check. Even when I hear news that may be a little weird or a little different from what I anticipate, I try my best to keep my emotions balanced and hear everything and watch how everything plays out. Because who was it that told us this? Shakespeare told us that the world is a stage, right? So it's true. The world is a stage, and many people that are on the stage are actually actors. So why did I say that? I said that because I believe, or I know, and I think that it's important for us to understand or overstand that President Trump is actually the Trump card that's being used against the deep state. And as the Trump card, Trump is in his final phase of collapsing or totally destroying the deep state. President Trump, regardless of what people are saying behind the scenes or some of the gurus are saying, President Trump, as far as I can tell, is still the president and CEO of the United States corporation. Now, I know people are saying that can't be true because, He is supposed to be, the president that will usher in the SARA. And to your point, I would say he is the president that will usher in the National Economic Security and Reformation Act. He will usher in the global currency reset, the revaluation of currencies, the QFS or quantum financial system. But President Trump, being the CEO of the United States Incorporated, is again being used to take down the deep state. How can I say that so emphatically? Because we've not had constitutional or lawful elections yet. We haven't. We haven't had elections for our republic yet. The last elections we had were just, 2024. And those elections were still underneath United States Incorporated. So we have not yet had constitutional elections, which means that the republic is not in full effect publicly. So just for those who don't know, we have had two governments running side by side. The United States Incorporated, which is a group of bloodline families or people or families that usurped authority from our republic. So you had the United States Incorporated, bloodline families, and then you had our lawful government here, and we had a constitution for our republic. Here you had bloodline families say, we're going to take power from the republic and we're going to incorporate ourselves in the state of Delaware in 1871 as a nonprofit religious organization, and we will have our own constitution called the Constitution of the United States Incorporated, which is separate from the Constitution for the Republic. Remember, I said they were incorporated in 1871, but these two governments were working or operating concurrently side by side at the same time. And this is why some people weren't paying taxes and they weren't put in jail. Some people got around or circumvented the government because the government was fake. It's just bloodline families that took power from the republic, but the republic is still standing. And regardless of what people are saying, we have not had lawful elections for our republic since the 1860s. And I can say that assuredly because the United States incorporated themselves in 1871. They were able to do that because they stole power or stole authority from our republic. So again, President Trump is still the president of the United States Incorporated, and he is the last president. He is the transitional president that will transition us into the republic. So what he's doing now is he's using the tools of the deep state, of the cabal, of the United States Incorporated. Somebody said, is my camera blurry? He's using the tools of the United States. All right, is my camera, somebody said my camera is blurry. Thank you for that. To take down, let me use a little, the United States Incorporated. Excuse me, let me clean the screen. Oh, it's good now. What are the tools that President Trump is using to take down the deep state? Executive orders. We don't have executive orders under our republic. This is how I know that this is still a world stage upon which Trump is acting, or the Trump character or the Trump avatar. Now, somebody's asked me, why do you keep saying there were two Trumps? Because for those of you like KG, you probably remember, I know you remember Baba Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory, who we call Baba Dick Gregory. Baba means father, daddy in many languages, particularly African languages. In Tree, they talk about fathers being Baba in African language. So some of us call him Baba Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory was an entertainer and he was a comedian and he ran for presidency. He told us as a comedian and as an entertainer who then went into politics, he said there are two Trumps. And he also said that politics are trickery. And he said, I ran for presidency and I won, but there are elections being tampered with and there is voters fraud that are occurring. He told us this a long time ago. Well, soon after Baba Dick Gregory told us there were two Trumps, he said, you guys are going to realize that because one is taller than the other, one dresses differently than the other, and another one speaks differently from another. And then not too long after that, he passed away. Well, not only did he say it, but who is Dr. Ben Carson, the writer of Gifted Hands, the book about surgery, he told us that there were two Trumps. a red tie Trump and a blue tie Trump. Now, why would there be two Trumps? Because all of these prelates have body doubles, avatars. Sometimes they show up as a computer generated imagery or show up, where it's not really them on camera. And they have different people playing them. Some of them have clones. For one, they can't get around to all of the places. Okay. And then secondly, some people don't like hearing this, but as John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., also known as David Quigley, said when he came on my show, sometimes the deep state, the cabal, the people in power, the government who is a mafia will take out people, replace them, and take over their whole bloodline and their legacy so that they can steal from these people in power, especially when you're talking about billionaires like the Kennedys, the Kennedys and the Trumps and others. It may not be something that aligns with your beliefs or your philosophy or the way you were trained or taught, but this is what people that are in the entertainment industry talk about. They talk about being replaced. Even some of the singers talked about being replaced, being cloned, having body doubles. So this is why some people say there are two Trumps. Now, the reason why I said that is because he is the avatar, he is the entity, he is the character, if you will, that is being used to take down the deep state. I'm not judging whether or not he's a person that is a person that has a moral compass. All I know for Dr. Kia Pruitt is I'm actually grateful that he is being used to take down the deep state. And he's doing some of this, by using their methods. Their method, again, is executive orders. Now, when you look up the executive orders that he is using to take down the deep state, he's doing or signing off on so many of them, it's hard to keep up. Even when you Google all of his executive orders that he's done within the last 72 hours, my gosh, it's so many of them. But again, executive orders are not a means or a measure or any type of systematic thing that you use for our republic, but he's using their own tool against them to destroy them and to bring them down. So there's no such thing as executive orders under our republic. And as I said before, the lawful republic elections does not occur until March the 4th. So there were times when March the 4th in our history landed on a Sunday. And when that happens, then you will have the lawful constitutional inauguration on March the 5th. So some people are saying just because it was historical doesn't mean that it's lawful. Well, it is historical and lawful for us to have the inaugurations on the 4th. So the fact that he had inaugurations or participated in the inaugurations, which actually looked like a funeral to me or a death of the United States Incorporated. That's just what I'm saying. The fact that he participated in that on January the 20th actually makes sense to me. Why would he not? What it actually says to me is he went along with the show, he went along with the program, and he did whatever it took to make sure that he actually was in alignment with what the people are used to. But again, it looked like a funeral to me. I can't say what it was exactly, but this particular image of him right here, and I'm showing him for you that are on my Instagram page, where he's signing executive orders and Melania Trump is dressed in all black with a black hat, standing within a military pose behind him. That kind of struck me as peculiar and odd, almost as if she was watching to ensure that it occurred. Now, some people say, well, she stood behind him to support him. There's a song that says, "Stand by your man." I don't know any real alpha male who would have his wife to stand behind him to protect him from any war criminals or any enemies that will try to attack him. And I know he's an alpha male. What I'm saying is I think there's something that's a little bit deeper here. When you look at Melania in this pose, in this position, standing behind her husband with her cap covering her eyes and the type of outfit, but people saying when her neckline is going in a V, like V for Vendetta, you can see that she has a military pose and she is basically, her posture is speaking for itself. It's actually saying that I'm about my business. This is serious business. We're ensuring that this gets done. It's almost giving not only military vibes, but it's giving, somebody said Palladian. It's giving, that's where I was going. It's giving extraterrestrial vibes. It's giving higher dimensional vibes, vibrations. And some people have said that she may be a Palladian or an interdimensional being, or it might not have even been her. So I don't know what character is playing her role during the inauguration, or was playing her role, and I don't know who was playing the Trump character while he was signing off on all of these executive orders. But that service had a lot going on, and it looked like a funeral to me. It looked very austere. It looked very serious. She was very somber. So whatever ceremony that was, it was, yes, that posture is a very masculine posture as well, which is why I said it was giving me military vibes. And somebody else said it was a posture of authority. Some people are saying that it was photoshopped. And I have to agree that many of the poses that I saw, many things that I saw that occurred at that inauguration looked photoshopped. Even when I saw Barron standing beside some people during the inauguration, where he looked somber, he looked sad, it looked like a green screen, honestly. And I took some flack for saying that on my Twitter account, but it really did. It looked like he wasn't even in the same room. That's why I said everything is a stage. All the world is a stage. We're looking at a show. President Trump, again, is being used to take down the deep state. He is still the president of the corporation, the United States Incorporated. Now, what we're waiting on is waiting for him to sign off on the final thing, the final document, whatever he needs to sign off on, that says, this is it. I've accomplished my goal. This is the end of the corporation. And then the corporation or the government will transition to the republic. So the republic is still standing. There are people that are sitting in certain positions in each state. But I'm holding a position, but we're only holding positions until we have lawful elections. Okay, we will gladly step down, but you had to have people in certain seats so that the cabal, the deep state, the Illuminati, these bloodline families can't pretend like there's nothing to turn it back over to. Well, they have to turn everything back over into the hands of we the people. And I've said before, the chiefs on the land are back in control. And that's why President Trump acknowledged a particular indigenous tribe. He acknowledged a particular indigenous tribe. Other countries are acknowledging indigenous tribes and Afro-Indigenous peoples as sovereign people. Why? Because before you had bloodline families to usurp authority from those countries, the Aboriginal or original people in those countries had a government. They had a republic. They had their own culture and their own ways of doing it. So you have to acknowledge them because things are being turned back over to them. So when will we have these lawful elections? For 2025, it should happen March the 4th. If it doesn't happen March the 4th, then we know something is amiss. Okay. And so that's why I say I always keep my emotions in check, and I make sure I look at everything to see how things are being done. I will also tell you that it's part of the art of war. You need to read that book, The Law of War Tactics. Read the Law of War Manual, 48 Laws of Power, and all these powerful books about military and how to operate when you are in a position of authority. It's all a tactic to make sure that your personality or your image is larger than life. And then you get the people to buy in and support you. And that way you win over the hearts of the people. So I'm not upset that President Trump won. I'm not upset that he's a billionaire. None of that bothers me at all. I mean, everybody that's in power desires to maintain power, but you act like you're larger than life, right? And while you're larger in life and you're in a position, you also pretend like you're not smart. I'm getting a phone call. You pretend like you are stupid or foolish, okay, or you don't know what you're doing. And when I said that the other day, they said, well, he's not pretending to be dumb. He is dumb. Sir and ma'am, I don't know about you, but I think it takes a lot of smarts and a lot of wisdom, as it were, and just being cunning to become a billionaire and to make certain moves to become the president of the most powerful country in the world. So sometimes he'll act like he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know how nefarious people are that he puts around him. But here's another art of war. These close around you, surround yourself with them. You keep them close so that then you can systematically destroy them. That's an art of war tactic. So I'm not saying that's what he's doing while he's taking down the deep state, but I'm saying it's something to consider. So when you hear things like one of the executive orders that he's done, and one of the things that he's doing while has been president within the last 72 hours is to say something about an mRNA vaccine, that he wants to fund it and he wants to fund AI. Well, I say keep your emotions in check because you don't really know what his plans are. Okay. You don't know why he's doing that. He could be bringing them up to the forefront like he did with Fauci so that everybody can see how wicked they are and then systematically take them down. Or he could have something else up his sleeve. That's why I say I'm watching. But what I do know is that there is a military watching everything that he does. There is an alliance. There's an Earth alliance watching him, and there are interdimensional beings and extraterrestrial beings that are watching to make sure that we, the people here on this planet, no matter what country you live in, are set free forever. So again, he is being used to take down the deep state, and I'm not worried about anything that he does. Another concern, that some people have about this mRNA vaccine is that people in the government might try to force it on you. Well, I would say the last time we had this situation during the shutdown, the global shutdown with the CV19, they said it was mandatory, right? Some companies said it was mandatory. Some people in power said it was mandatory, but mandatory is not the same thing as law. Something that's mandatory or mandated is not equivalent to lawful. And it only becomes lawful for you if you consent. It only becomes something necessary or something that you must do if you consent. So all you have to do is say, I do not consent. Don't take it. It's really simple. Don't take it. So there's always been cures for cancers because anything that the deep state creates, they have a patent, they have a cure. Okay. It's just that they didn't want to use it. They've been talking about cancer cures all my life, and I'm several decades old. They've been talking about cancer cures, and they've been putting millions and billions of dollars into studying cancers and cures for cancer. So they already have it, let alone talking about the med beds and the advanced technology that's been kept away from the human population. So they have a cure for it. It's just that they never released it. So you don't have to take the mRNA vax. My gut feeling is that that's not going to be pushed forward. That is not going to be made mandatory. But again, if it does, don't take it. You have your own way of thinking. You have your own mind, and you do not have to consent to anything that you don't want in your body. So President Trump, again, is being used to take down the deep state, and he's using their tool, the executive orders. And again, we know that these executive orders do not exist under the republic, and we know that we need to have lawful elections for our republic. The lawful date is March the 4th. Again, we only have 2 more months, maybe a month and a half before we get to March the 4th. So we're looking to see if that happens. We have listened to, and some of the people that are working in the republic right now have spoken to military intel who are working to reestablish the republic or bring the republic into the forefront. And what they have said is that they have agreed that Trump is a transitional president. Trump has been talking about having elections. There was one statement that he made. Thank you for the Cash App blessing, Sister Monica. I appreciate you. God bless you. Have a smile on you. Trump has been talking about elections, and it's something that he said in one of his speeches about having another election before Memorial Day. And I was like, did y'all catch that? And then I heard somebody else say that too, that he actually said something about having another election before Memorial Day. And I thought, well, what's important about Memorial Day? Well, we all know that Memorial Day is a day that we commemorate around, I think it's May the 30th or around the last Monday in May, to respect or pay respects to our military veterans. But Memorial Day in 2025 is also a day that President Trump has said before he even was inaugurated as a very important day. He said we're going to have a year-long celebration from Memorial Day 2025 through July 4th, 2026, and that this will be held at the Great American State Fair in the state of Iowa, at the Iowa State Fairgrounds, and they're preparing for that. Iowa's prelates and governors and people that are there working in the government or working in that particular state have been saying they're getting this fairgrounds ready now for this year-long celebration. So this celebration will commemorate the 250th anniversary of the country's signing of the Declaration. Is it possible that we will have some type of lawful inaugurations and the fake government being returned back to the Republic before or by Memorial Day? That is very, very possible. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments section. So another reason why I know that inauguration that we had on January 20th was still under the deep state is because all of the people that were there, the Congress people that were there, some of the former presidents and prelates that were there, a lot of them should not have any type of dealings or should not even appear at the same place as a lawful president. You can't have the Republic and lawful people playing the same game at the same time. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't go together. You're lawful and you're a criminal. You're guilty by association. So when I look at the people that were there, whether they were justices or elected officials or Congress people, and they are nefarious, then I know this is not a lawful election. Because remember, many of them do not even have oath of office or proof of oath of office on file. I've shown you the documents that actually commented on the lawsuit that was brought against the Biden administration, all the elected officials. And in this lawsuit against them, the woman, her attorney actually who was representing her, asked for proof that any of those elected officials had sworn oath of office to the Constitution or had even promised to represent we the people. And when they made sure that they put that in place and they brought that lawsuit forward, most of the elected officials did not respond. And they could not prove that they had taken a sworn oath of office to even take that seat. And so those that tried to respond actually they presented something that was faulty or unlawful, or it wasn't, and it was something fabricated. So again, a lot of these Congress people, a lot of these esquires or these attorneys who are now serving as lawmakers, so-called lawyers and judges, will have to be removed because they never taken an oath of office and they have Esquire behind their name. And according to our republic, you may not have a title of nobility and serve for our republic. If you have Esquire behind your name, you are an attorney. You had to pass the bar exam, which is the British accredited registry, which means in essence that you represent the British crown or the Queen. You serve the best interest of the crown, the Queen, and not we the people. You serve the best interest of the corporation and not we the people. So that alone says to me that if you have Esquire behind your name and you pass the bar exam, that says to me that you're not operating lawfully according to our republic. And this is why Moving forward, once our republic is restored and we're returned back to constitutional law, any attorneys that are serving must be stripped of their credentials, or they just must step down, stand down, and then be retrained in constitutional law. So again, you may not be a lawmaker or a Congress, they call them congressmen, the con artists for our republic, really a lawmaker for our republic, and have a title of nobility. So all those people that were there have to come down. Some of them, people are saying, look like they were showing up on green screen. So maybe many of them have already been dealt with behind the scenes with on Guantanamo Bay. So it's not just that this woman brought up a lawsuit against those elected officials asking for their oath of office, and she couldn't find any because there was none on record, but also consider the Brunson brothers case. The Brunson brothers, talk about codes. The Brunson brothers are trumpet players. That's not a mere coincidence, not by happenstance. They do everything systematically. It's always some type of means or method behind their madness. So the trumpet players brought a lawsuit against Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and 385 members of Congress. And they said that they had breached our security, that they were a security breach, that they were harmful to we the people, that they either participated in or knew about election fraud. And as such, that is committing treason. And we know the penalty for treason, you have to have all of your credentials stripped. And some high treason, you lose your life. So when that case was brought forward to the Supreme Court by the Trumpet brothers, the Supreme Court justices would not hear the case. So Lloyd Brunson, whom I have interviewed a couple times, took it upon himself to find a loophole in the law. And he discovered that anytime there is a serious case that's brought before the Supreme Court, such as this, stating that, the country was in danger because you allowed illegal aliens to vote and you allowed for election fraud to occur, then if that case of that magnitude is brought and you refuse to hear it, then the justices can be held for treason. And he brought that out. So what happened after that was three or four justices stood down. They recused themselves from the case. And it just so happened that those justices were liberals. And they said, oh, we don't want to have anything to do with this. We're not going to even hear this Brunson case stuff against Biden, Harris, Pelosi, and all of us, 385 members of Congress. Because again, if it's proven that we have committed treason, we have to be stripped. We can never serve again, stripped of our credentials, and we have to be dealt with at Guantanamo Bay. They recused themselves. And then a writ of memorandus was accepted that allowed Justice Clarence Thomas to independently hear that case himself, independent, alone. Or he could lead in that case. So that writ of memorandus was accepted. And then all of a sudden, I showed you an article where MSM or mainstream media has said, oh, wait, Clarence Thomas went missing. And what they were actually saying was he wasn't showing up for court hearings. This is under Biden's administration. And many people were wondering why he hadn't shown up for court hearings, right? And even in the MSM article or mainstream media article that I showed you, they were saying, but, maybe he's sick, but if he were sick, he could still be reporting from home. And so what we came to realize or discover is that he may have been under military protection because, in fact, he was hearing the Brunson case behind the scenes. So you had the Brunson case, the Brunson brothers case that was being heard. You had, what else? You had the woman who brought the lawsuit against that whole administration, proving that they had no oath of office on file. And you had many people that understood and overstood that if you have a title of nobility, you can't lawfully serve. And that's how I know also that that the inauguration that occurred on January the 20th was for show. And I'm not offended by it because he's playing a role. Trump is playing a role. And so what we need to do, in my humble opinion, or my very strong opinion, is to be watchful, and prayerful that things will continue to move along as we anticipate them to. And we do know, again, that the military is in control behind the scenes, and that Earth Alliance is in control, and that we have some visitors that are here. That's why they keep talking about drones. Soon they're going to disclose that these drones that are the size of ships and automobiles are actually motherships or ships, or what they call them, UFOs, or some type of home or apparatus for those visitors that have come. And it's very, very peculiar to me that these visitors or these drones happen to be hovering around military bases. Perhaps they're hovering around military bases to ensure that nothing happens, nothing pops off like nuclear bombs or whatever. So the cabal, in essence, is hanging on by a string. That's what I want to bring to you. They're hanging on by a string, and President Trump is using their tools, executive orders, to dismantle them. And then he will step down as the CEO of the defunct, bankrupt, dissolved corporation. All he has to do is finish with those executive orders, completely, obliterate them, then make an announcement, covert or not, covert or overtly, that the cabal, the deep state, the United States Incorporation has been destroyed. And then that's when the republic steps forward, because they never went away. They never, dissipated. They just need to step forward. We need to step forward, we the people. And then after he makes that announcement and that the power transitions back to we the people, then we will have lawful elections. And again, it's supposed to occur on March the 4th, but definitely before, it looks like before Memorial Day, where we will have a great celebration. You can look it up. You can actually Google it, and I'll do that for you, where you can see that we're supposed to have a celebration, a year-long celebration for the United States' 250th birthday. Doesn't it make sense to have a celebration on the United States' 250th birthday this year, since it is the 250th birthday? And it would be nice to have lawful elections leading up to that or right before that time. Somebody's saying indeed. And don't forget Space Force. Absolutely. Space Force is actually, hi, Chief, actually taking care of things behind the scenes. And that's why President Trump said in 2020, when he had, it was 2019 or 2020, when we had a huge July 4th celebration, he said, we put a lot of money into the military, and we're doing our best to secure the skies. He even let us know he's putting money in the military and secret space program, and we're doing our best to secure the skies. They were securing the skies, securing the portals, to make sure that all of those energies and all of those nefarious beings that were here on the planet leave through those portals, and then those portals were being closed. Chief Rod Hayes is in the house, family, also known as Chief Pontiac. Chief Pontiac, if you want to come on and give your piece, we would be so blessed and honored to have you here with us. I will even send you a link. So everybody's saying hi to Chief Pontiac, Chief Rod Hayes, by the way, who is a very benevolent, well-respected gentleman in this community, who has given us so much information about how the land and the governments are being returned back to we the people. Thank you so much for the super sticker, Sister Rosemary Missy. I appreciate you. God bless you. Heaven smile on you is my prayer. May the Most High bless you with prosperity, abundance, peace, and long life. So what I'm going to do, since Chief Rod Hayes is on the live, is I'm going to send him a link. It's up to you, Chief, if you want to come on or not, but it would be an honor, and you don't have to stay long. If you want to give your thoughts about what's going on behind the scenes. So, family, let me show you right quick how we know there's going to be a year-long celebration. Chief, they're saying greetings to you. Okay. Chief Rod Hayes said, give me a few. I'll send it to your Facebook, my dear. And in the meantime, I want to read briefly this article, and not much of it though, that talks about how we're going to have a year-long celebration. You see this, Trump announces a year-long celebration for the United States 250th birthday. The United States Okay, that's the corporation. It's not the republic. We've always been here. Okay, remember when the people from Europe came here seeking refuge, from whatever was going on there in their country, they noted that there were people already here. Yes. So there was a government here, there were people here, the autogenous indigenous people were already here, and they had their own culture and their own way of life. So we're celebrating the United States' 250th year. We're commemorating them. Former President Trump on Thursday announced that he would organize a year-long celebration to mark the 250th anniversary of the United States and host a Great American State Fair in Iowa. 3 years from now, he said, that's when he made this announcement 3 years ago, the United States will celebrate the biggest and the most important milestone in our country's history, 250 years of American independence, in a video announcement. I mean, again, there's the United States Incorporated. There's even the colonies, the 13 colonies that were recognized as their own nation. And then there are the American peoples, or the people that were here before. The colonies that came here, most of them were in the, New England area, New England states. And if you recall, Trump has said this and Obama has said this. Morocco acknowledged us, or were the first to acknowledge us as our own nation, because they are a nation within the nation. The United States is not the same as America. The United States was the nation within America. Okay, we already had Aboriginal copper-colored people here, but the United States had their own nation, their own way of doing things, their own system, their own government, their own flag. They operated in commerce and everything, and they were recognized as such. And according to what many people say, we've had treaties between us. Let me get this link and send it to you. We've had treaties between the two, the United States and the United States and who else? And the American people that were here. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship, again, is one that's very commonly known. When you try to look for it, people will give you commentary on it, but you don't actually see the actual document. And that's because it is stored somewhere for protection. And my son told me where it was stored, but I don't remember what he said. So the United States, again, is its own nation, and they are celebrating. I can have Young Elder download it or repost to me. Sure. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to multitask. So yeah, they were recognized as their own nation. And then what happened was you had people to rise up. It's not the colonists that did this. There are other people that actually rose up and usurped authority from our republic. Just because some of these people are bloodline families happen to be Caucasian or light complected, it doesn't mean that there is this, what they call it, there was this plan to systematically destroy the copper colored people here from the Europeans that came here. No, there were a group of bloodline families that rose up and actually put some of the Caucasian brothers and sisters in place in certain areas, and over certain areas of our lives, like politics, education, what else, entertainment, etc. They put them in place, but behind the scenes, there are actually puppet masters that control the bloodline families. And I've talked about that at great lengths. You would have to look at my videos that said we've been lied to. In my videos, I have 2 that talk about how we've been lied to. On my YouTube channel, I talk about how we know the 13 bloodline families. We know who they are that control things like the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, etc. But there are bloodline families behind them that actually control everything. So to Chief Rod Hayes, I sent you a link, but I sent it to your Facebook page. If you want to join us, you're welcome to. The people are saying that they would love to have you on. Much respect for you, Chief Rod Hayes. They're looking forward to you sharing whatever message it is you have for us, because it would be nice to hear his take, somebody else's take, a chief's take on what's going on behind the scenes. Let me know what you're thinking, family. So the restoration of the republic will happen soon. Again, President Trump is the last president of the United States Incorporated. He will systematically destroy them, and then he will make some type of announcement that this has occurred, and then he will go down with the ship. The captain of the ship always goes down with the ship, or he would exit the scene, and then the republic will come back in place, and we will have lawful elections, and we will elect whomever's supposed to be running the republic or representing we the people. At this, right after that's announced, then you will have NASARA, the RV, the quantum financial system, and all that happening concurrently. So you have the announcement that the deep state has been destroyed, and then you have NASARA, where trillions of dollars will be injected into the global economy, and then you will have the global currency reset to be announced, and then you will have the revaluation of currencies announced and the exchanging of currencies. You cannot do, or it doesn't make any sense to exchange currencies right now. If you have foreign currencies like the Iraqi dinar, the Vietnamese dong, the Zimbabwean zim, the Venezuelan bolivar, the Afghanistanis currency, or any of those, Indonesian rupiah, Indian rupee, if you have those currencies right now and you're waiting for the RV, or you're waiting to exchange or go to the banks, stay encouraged, because I've shown you already that banks met globally last year to make sure they were prepared. They said they had to recognize gold as a tier 1 asset, and they had to recognize tier 2 assets, which are foreign reserves or foreign currencies, and that they were prepared to exchange them. That happened last year. So they're ready. It's going to happen. But it doesn't make sense to exchange your currency now under United States Incorporated. It doesn't make sense to do that until all the congressmen are taken out, until the presidents of the United States Incorporated are taken out, until people in certain key places are completely removed, because otherwise they will steal the currency that you just exchanged and re-empower themselves. So we have to systematically get rid of them. We have to completely get rid of the SWIFT financial system, which is still operating concurrently or alongside of the quantum financial system. So all of that has to be dismantled. But behind the scenes, it's happening. You already have the quantum financial system in place. No, you don't have to pay for a wallet. No, you don't have to pay for an account. Everybody already has a quantum financial system account. This is a benevolent account that was given to us by the interdimensional beings, or the people who are not human extraterrestrials that are here monitoring things. They gave us the quantum financial system. So that system is already in place. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to do anything. You have to sign up any documents. It's already done. But until the SWIFT system is completely replaced and completely taken out, and a quantum financial system is running not alongside of, but instead of the SWIFT system, we're not going to have a currency exchange. But it's going to happen very soon, because we already know that behind the scenes, BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and all the nations that have joined BRICS have already, I see you, Chief, BRICS has already coalesced against the United States Incorporated, and they have used gold for trade. And behind the scenes here in America, 46 states have repealed the state sales taxes from the sales of precious metals and reclaimed silver and gold as money. So everything is ready. We're just waiting for that final nail in the coffin. And having said that, family, let me bring on our esteemed, beloved, honorable Chief Rod Hayes.
How you doing, Dr. Kia?
Hey, sweetheart, how are you?
I'm having a blast watching Trump rip this BS apart.
Yes,
He
sir.
just every stroke of the pen, he tearing something down. But all of the stuff that they saying,
Yes.
they not telling us all of his executive orders.
Okay.
So remember, we had to go back we had to exit the same way we entered. To change the condition, you have to reverse engineer it. Before we could get back to tribal jurisdiction, we had to get back to republic jurisdiction first.
Okay.
Because it went from tribes to republic to corporate. Now we just killed the corporation, right?
Yes.
Everybody's like, why Trump ain't put his hand on the Bible? He already been sworn in. He don't have to swear in twice, but he can put on a show for the people.
Ooh-wee.
Right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Everybody focused on dying. They ain't even looking at Barron.
Ah.
Barron code flipping. He military code flipping. He telling y'all to listen to what's coming. You see him do this?
I did see him do this. Yes.
That's a tactical military sign to listen to something coming from the direction that his palm is. That's the receiving the sound, directing it to the ear.
Wow.
Right?
Right.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna send you the receipt so you can see.
Okay. Why you doing that? Hold on,
you know I love dropping receipts.
You the receipt king. While you're doing that, family, if you're watching me on Instagram, I'm gonna have to turn off this live. Go to my YouTube channel at Dr. Kia Pruitt Official, or you can go to my Rumble page and join us in the conversation, because Chief Rod Hayes, also known as Chief Pontiac, is here, but you can't see him. So he's gonna bring the receipts, family. Join me and we'll see you there soon. Bye, Instagram. Everybody else, please stay on. Okay. Let me see. Where are you sending it to, Chief?
To your messenger.
Okay.
I sent you 4 things.
Okay. Yeah.
One is the picture. One is the picture of Ben doing this.
Ooh, I must. Okay, bring that up right now. And while I'm doing that, let's see. Here we go. Share the screen. This is so exciting. Thank you for joining us. Wait.
You know, I was going through my message and you was laughing. So let me see what Dr. Kia talking about, because I know a lot of stuff going on.
Ooh-wee. I see. Look
okay, now the next image, excuse me, the next image shows you what is the meaning of this hand sign.
Okay, let me get off of that. Let's see what the next image is. Nope, I don't think that's it. Okay, I have to go back to your page. A tactical listening hand. That one. Okay, Let me show you. Okay.
It's a straight military. It has nothing to do with civilians. I'm inclined to believe that Barron Trump has some kind of way been put into military service to assist his father.
Wow.
You want to read what it say?
Absolutely. A tactical listening hand signal is typically made by cupping your hand next to your ear, often with a slight tilt towards the direction you want someone to listen to, signifying the need to pay attention to sounds in that area. This gesture essentially indicates listen in a tactical situation. You want me to read the rest?
That's up to you. You can read much as you want.
Okay, key points about the tactical listening hand signal. Hand position. Form a cup with your hand and place it close to your ear. The second point, direction indicator. To specify a particular direction, you can tilt your cupped hand towards the area that you want someone to listen to. And then finally, the purpose. Used to communicate the need to be silent and focus on listening for potential threats or important information. Wow.
So he was telling us to pay attention. The voice is the voice of the people, because that's the direction his hand was cupped to the crowd.
Okay.
Now, this is the notice or the response from the World Health Organization about being America telling them we done with y'all. We ain't dealing with y'all no more. And then the other one I sent you was the notice of martial law and who is being put on notices in there. Judges, lawyers, police.
Wait a minute, is this it?
That's the one from the World Health Organization.
So should I read that one first or go to the other one?
You could read. You could. Matter of fact, the first paragraph would be sufficient for this to tell you what it's talking about. Okay. But this was their official release when they found out that America was we was cutting them off.
Okay, World Health Organization comments on United States announcement of intent to withdraw. Let me see if I can bring it bigger. Geneva. The World Health Organization regrets the announcement that the United States of America intends to withdraw from the organization. Read this paragraph here.
Do read whatever you want to, as much as you want to.
The World Health Organization plays a crucial role in protecting the health and security of the world's people, including Americans, by addressing the root causes of diseases, building stronger health systems, and detecting and preventing and responding to health emergencies. The United States was a founding member of WHO, or the World Health Organization, in 1948 and has participated in shaping and governing the World Health Organization's work ever since, alongside 193 other member states, including through its active participation in the World Health Assembly and Executive Board. For over 7 decades, the World Health Organization and the United States have saved countries' lives, or countless lives, and protected Americans and all people from health threats. Together, we ended smallpox, and together we've brought polio to the brink of eradication. With the participation of the United States and other member states, the World Health Organization has, over the past 7 years, implemented the largest set of reforms in history to transform our accountability, cost effectiveness, and impact in countries. This work continues, they state. In conclusion, we hope the United States will reconsider, and we look forward to engaging in constructive dialogue to maintain the partnership between the United States, the USA, and the World Trade Organization for the benefit of the health and well-being of millions of people around the globe.
So the color is important. That's the Masonic code for the Blue Lodge.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Did you see Anthony Fauci standing in front of that post? And the lady was standing in front of the other post.
Okay.
And then he put his right hand in his lapel. Right?
Okay.
That's the hidden hand.
Yes.
He's telling us it ain't me. He's standing on the pillar of Joaquin.
Okay.
So he put his hands in his jacket. That's the hidden hand.
Okay. Right.
And then in the Masonic code, he told them, it's not me. I'm following instructions. I'm not the guy.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Trump them ain't trying to hear it.
Okay.
They ain't trying to hear it. They took his security off today. They took Fauci's security, his government security, and they was asking Trump about it. And he was like, just because you work for the government don't mean you got lifetime security. But that's critical to know, because his security was rogue agents that would have had shootouts with federal officers trying to arrest him. They wasn't working for us.
Wow.
Okay, now, what else happened? So the lady was on the other side. She was flipping coals off the Red House. That's the pillar of Boaz. Right?
Okay.
The pillar of Boaz is the pillar of the sacred clown, Bozo the clown. Right? Okay. So from the Blue House, Fauci saying, look, don't punish me for what they making me do, because I don't have a choice in the matter. And the message from Trump is you had a choice. You should have took the other consequence instead of the one I'm about to give you.
Oh.
Right? So ain't none of this, they doing all this in our face, playing in our face like we some little kids, and they passing messages over our head by spelling out the words.
Right.
In this case, they flipping out the signs. Right? Also, the Biden administration tried to pardon people that's not been formally charged. You can't do that. Unless they willing to come forward and say what you pardoned them for, you can't do that. They gotta have a charge and a punishment liability attached to the charge. Okay. So you will see now that they have in certain ones under review, because he put people in there that haven't been charged with anything. You got to have a charging instrument to discharge the charge.
Okay.
The pardon is the discharging of the charge. It's saying this charge is complete and no liability remains. There's no skunk tail to follow. It's over with. But he can't do that if they haven't been charged. They have to be convicted of something that was belligerent to the state that he's pardoning them from. And also, if you are under suspicion of treason as the head of the state, and you try to pardon somebody for the same treason you under investigation for, that furthers the conspiracy, right?
Okay.
One of the conspiracy's elements is called overt acts. And so you aware of a criminal activity. It's all a stage show though.
Yeah.
But for the ones who they trying to wake up, this is what they telling them in their face, behind their back. They telling them, okay, I'm pardoning all of these people that haven't been charged because I know they did some dirt.
Okay.
He's just shining the spotlight on them to let you know they need to be investigated.
Yes, I'm with that.
Right?
Yes.
Now remember, we still waiting on Clarence Thomas ruling on the Brunson case to be released.
Yes, sir.
And the only ones don't have oath of office is actors from Central Casting. All of the ones that was about what's right that been fighting the fight, and they thought they was up against an undefeatable juggernaut, they not charged with nothing. They don't have any complaints against them in the Brunson case because they named all of the ones don't have an oath of office.
Yes, they do.
Okay, now remember, they right before the new year, they issued they put a bill on the Senate floor, which is all fictional, because if you go look at Senate hearings from the 90s and the 80s and look at ones from the 2020s, they do not look the same. They're not in the same location.
Okay.
Okay. So in the process that's taking place, they showing us, it's put the bill in front of the Senate saying that continuity of office if 100 or more congressmen and senators are absent for whatever reason. Why did they put that there? Why haven't it already been there? Nobody ain't never expect that it to be 100 or more senators and congressmen suddenly unable to perform their duties in DC. Why is it 100 and something? Well, it's 300 and something people on the Brunson list.
Yeah, 385.
And the bill says 100 or more. So this is how they letting you know that all of the actors, the people that they portraying, they not really there.
See, I see that. Yes.
Right. And they telling you that it's going to be over 100 of them that's going to be rolling out on what I call it Gitmo TV or Tribunal TV. Now, all of a sudden, you got this specialty reporter. She been following the Q movement and all that for the longest. She ain't always been reporting on Trump. Like she wasn't always in favor of Trump, I should say. But now all of a sudden, she's doing this thing in Gitmo because she say it's a whole lot of activity about to start happening in Guantanamo Bay. Who told her?
Right.
Right. How did she already have a passport to go to Cuba? Right. So they telling us everything, and now they showing us what they've been telling us. And you mentioned the year-long celebration. I've been telling people since 2019 it's called the year-long Mardi Gras. I call it Mardi Gras. I've been calling it the year-long Mardi Gras celebration because it's the only thing that you could give the people a visual from the land where that they can relate this type of celebration to is Mardi Gras. Or Brazil's Los Carnaval, or the Carnival of all of the islands. They all got one.
Yeah, they do.
They tried to take it from our culture in New Orleans and it didn't go too well. That's why you still got Mardi Gras. You can look it up. They tried to shut Mardi Gras down. Then they tried to replace us in Mardi Gras. And so you had the palm colored folks doing Mardi Gras in one area and we doing on our own in our hood. That's how we got to be the second lane. So it's certain stuff that the culture will not permit anybody from stopping. It's a couple things you can't stop us from tribing up.
Right.
You can label it gang banging. You can label it organized crime, whatever you're not going to stop us from tribing up. That's our nature. Right? So you can mislabel the tribes as gangs, criminal elements. You can punish them under RICO, take all of their assets, but you still can't stop us from tribing up. We still going to tribe up, and sooner or later, somebody going to see that there's an active interference with the tribes reconstituting on the land. And then they're going to start looking for that unseen hand. So they're going to follow the fingerprints. They're going to backtrack it.
Mm.
Right? We started with George Washington. And we ended with George Herbert Walker Bush with the Garden Plot.
Okay.
And Operation Evergreen. Evergreen is the CIA code name for Hillary Clinton.
Right.
It's all right there. Right. And I forgot the snowman is Bill Clinton. They made a movie in the early 80s called The Falcon and the Snowman. Right. It was about CIA, it was about spy operatives exchanging information, basically.
Okay.
Iran Contra blew up. Clinton was well insulated because he was under the George Herbert Walker Bush umbrella of CIA special ops, deep state actors to assume political hierarchy. He arranged the marriage between Hillary and Bill.
Okay.
All right. Not only that, the guy that shot Reagan, John Hinckley Jr., is his illegitimate son. Him and Jeb look like twins.
Wow.
And so he was trying to silence Ronald Reagan because Ronald Reagan was trying to tell us all this. He tried to give us disclosure in what's called Operation Star Wars speech. We don't remember that. Most of us don't remember that. He gave a whole speech about unifying the world off of an alien threat approaching the planet.
Wow.
And they was putting up what they call Star Wars satellites.
Okay.
This is long before Elon Musk had any juice. Right? Today it's called Starlink. Right? So they had to take it out of the hands of the corporations. In the corporations, everything is for sale. So we need a green man, a money man, to come in and buy this and make it and put it in the private sector to get it out of the oligarchy corporate jurisdiction.
Okay.
To take it out of the jurisdiction of the rules of government as corporations. The government rules of corporations is Uniform Commercial Code.
Okay.
All right. This is all of the rules that all of the corporations got to follow while they doing business on a global scale. Uniform Commercial Code. The uniform aspect is you have to be clearly identified in uniform representing your colors. Sound like gangbanging to me.
Oh, yes. Represent your colors. Yes.
Right. But this is how it's written in the manuals. You can be an undercover officer, but you still got to have your badge on you that represent your colors under the blue wall. If an officer try to arrest you and he don't have a badge, his jurisdiction is defunct. So he can't assume the jurisdiction under the color of law without his badge. He need the badge in order to color him under colorable law.
Wow.
Right?
Right.
The colorable law comes out of something called the Blue Book. It's a law enforcement manual printed out of London, England. This is where all of the police belong to London, except for Interpol. Interpol used to belong to London, But some people called the Space Force and the Earth Alliance went in there and took them over.
Mm.
Right? They can
Right.
operate everywhere in the world but the United States.
Okay.
Now, the reason that's important because Interpol was notified of the judges, the judges, the police, and the lawyers being kicked off the land. Excuse me, 1 second, Dr. Kidd.
And while you're taking a break, I just want to say that for all of you that enjoy our chief, I'm going to put up his. I like to do this for you guys know I like to do this for any of our guests to show our appreciation. If you want to contribute to his work or show your appreciation, this is his information here. Cash App is $sick8. Oop, I did that wrong. It's $SIK8. Yeah, this is good. He's giving more than what I was going to talk about, family. Somebody says y'all look good together. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Chief Pontiac's information is $SIKAPE for those of you who are interested. And I will thank you. Look at some of your comments here. Let us know what you think about this information so far. Oh, yeah. You've been watching Barron. Sister Felicia said, I've been watching Barron. Come on, Dick Gregory. I know, right? That's who he reminds you of. Barron Trump, like he looks like he's military, and he's always looking very austere and serious. Like, he's not there to laugh around, joke, or play games and nothing. So something is up with him. I do have a picture of him on my Facebook page, a still of him at the place. What do you call it? At the inauguration, wherever he was. I'll show you guys what he looked like in a minute. It's on my page. Let me see if I can find that. But you saw how austere he looked, how sincere he looked. I'm going through all my pictures right now so I can show you. I'm glad Chief Pontiac is joining us because he's answering some of the questions that some of you had as well. So here is what Barron looks like. Somebody said they've been watching Barron and looking at his posture. This is what he's looking at. Like, he didn't look like he was there to play. That's pretty serious.
Okay, now what you're looking at is, you remember the two clown face, laugh now, cry later?
Yes.
Look at the picture again. Laugh now, cry later.
Okay. Okay. Everybody's smiling and laughing,
but not Barron, because Barron is the representation of the ones who was laughing back then is frowning now.
Okay.
This is why Elon gave the Roman salute. The whole Roman government is the continuation of ancient Babylon through some people who call themselves jewelry. I'm going to spin the word. They jewelry.
They're jewelry.
Right. So the jewelry, they turned around and set up Rome. Rome continued Babylonian Empire that's described in the book of Daniel. The book of Daniel tell you the empires of the Babylonian empires by the statue.
Yeah. Is this what you're talking about?
Yep. That's a Roman salute. Everybody think it's Nazi, but it was before. Remember, the Third Reich was the Nazi regime. The Fourth Reich was formed under Operation Paperclip. Do the math. Where's the First Reich and where's the Second Reich?
Okay.
The Second Reich was under Otto von Bismarck, a donut maker. They call GD's glazed donuts in Chicago. The Vice Lords and the Stones do.
Okay.
All right. But this is relevant. Right? Okay, now, the First Reich, or Reich, because Reich is German for right. And the first right was the Holy Roman Empire.
Okay.
Now, the Holy Roman Empire became known as the Vatican by usurping the sacerdotal seat of the Great Mother and putting Elizabeth in the basement, pretending she was on top of the world when she was underground.
Mm.
But she looked like a man anatomically. So she can't sit on Big Mama's seat because she looked too much like a man.
Mm.
Right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, now, when Rome fall, they was the ones laughing back then, and we was the ones crying.
Right.
The turnaround is our turn to laugh, but we gonna show them we mean business. We ain't smiling.
Wow.
Barron Trump is a whole. Remember, the book about the last president was The Adventures of Barron Trump.
Right. Right.
Right. So Barron is some kind of way being groomed to cold flip to key people who can read the signs to know what's taking place.
Okay.
Right. Now, Fauci came out and asked his brotherhood for help. Apparently, they ain't nothing they can do for him.
Right.
Because he ain't got no security no more.
Mm.
I'm going to recommend that he take a stroll through South Central or O Block or Brooklyn. I'm going to recommend that he go where we at to see how we feel about him for real. And why everybody's cameras all of a sudden don't work when he come up MIA. Even the government cameras won't work. They just found him laying there. But he ain't going to do that. So I'm just wishing. I'm wishing he walked down my block. Ain't no cameras on my. It's a couple ring door cameras, but if you get in front of my house, I can disable mine.
Oh. Can I ask you something? Speaking of, who's in control and Barron possibly being military, is this here that you showed me? What does this mean here?
This military is the. Law. Yeah, that's the martial law notice. It's probably not clear enough for you to read it, but they got a full version of it on TikTok.
I see it.
Yeah, and it's just telling them that the police, like I've been saying all the time, when they start arresting these judges, then y'all gonna know that we really done took over.
Military laws now active. Woo! Ooh, I got chills. Woo! Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it tell you why it's active. It tell you exactly what it is, what they did wrong, and who's sitting in the United States Supreme Court issued the warrant. Right. So we know what's going on. We ain't sleep. We ain't,
Yeah, it says the United States Supreme Court of Justice has issued a high court warrant in response to serious criminal activities associated with the corporation.
The only way that the Supreme Court can issue a warrant from that high up, high crimes and misdemeanors are directly taken to the Supreme Court when it involves high government officials, people in prominent places of power.
The following crimes have been charged: Umanhay African Tray, fraud, rug dray smuggling, breach of oath, corruption, and high treason. The following corporations and individuals involved in the above crimes will be facing the full force of the law: police officers, judges, solicitors, government workers, social service personnel, anyone involved in the African tray of children. All current laws are non-void and dissolved. The only laws that remain actual and enforceable are constitutional laws, common law, and
which is tribal law.
Oh, what's that say?
Common law is tribal law.
Oh, tribal law. Oh, okay. And provisions outlined. Sorry.
So the common law is the law that was already here before they established the corporation.
Okay.
You ever heard of a common law marriage? You live with somebody 7 years, y'all married.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's not 7 years. It's tribally ascribed to different numbers of years.
Okay.
right? But after a certain amount of years, you automatically in a union, in a permanent union,
Mm, mm,
right? And the common law is often talked about in a lot of case law, but they only enforcing statutes and codes. They're
mm.
not enforcing any of the common law because
Okay.
a lot of the stuff that they classified as illegal is not illegal under the common law, like fishing.
Right.
How do we know fishing is illegal? Because you need a license. What is a license? Permission to do something that's illegal under the controlling interest or the controlling prevailing government.
Speaking of the licenses, when you say that with the overturning of the Chevron doctrine, all those licenses will cease to exist?
Those agencies will be repurposed because they can be used for something else, but
Mm,
they won't be able to enforce it as it was before.
okay.
Right? That's like you're not finna give me no $500 fine for catching the fish.
Mm,
We supposed to go fishing. We supposed to be able to feed ourselves.
right.
These laws restricting us from hunting and gathering on the land. You know, farms, they had something called the Beautification Act, American Beautification Act. This is why, because everybody had gardens in their front yard. We ain't had no grass. The front yard was for the garden, right? And then, like, the
Oh,
children outside playing, they go grab a tomato, a cucumber out of anybody's yard. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing, but don't take too many,
right. Right.
right? Remember, other people got to come get some too. That's the only thing they'll say to you.
That my grandma, Big Mama, it was like
Mhm.
that at her house. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See, then now we starting to slowly creep up on them and take our stuff back step
Okay.
by step.
Mm,
Now they starting to reveal y'all all of the stuff that was going on in y'all face behind y'all back. It was
mm,
open in the public, but you ain't know what it meant.
okay.
That's why, as a responsible adult, if you get to be adult and you can't read, you don't have no excuse in this era because you can have your phone read it for you.
That's true.
So anybody ignorant in this time frame, choose to be ignorant.
Mm,
If you don't know how to work your phone, you can call your grandbaby in there. I need you to put this book on my phone, baby, and turn it on so my grandma can hear it now. Because you know I'm getting old and I can't see too good no more, and I don't really know how to work all these electronics.
I just said that to my grandkids about something on my computer. You are hilarious.
And this here, baby, now you know us old folk don't know about them computers like y'all young folks. Y'all been doing that y'all whole life. We ain't seen them until we was already old.
That's so true. Oh. Family, if you are enjoying this commentary by Chief Rod Hayes, Chief Pontiac, then please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the video, and send him a Cash App blessing just to let him know that you appreciate him at the $ SICAPE. That's $ SIKAPE. Before you go on, there's a question. Well, go ahead. I'll get to the question.
Go ahead. Let's do the next question.
Someone wants to know if you have any thoughts on Melania, her genealogy, who she is, what she represents.
So Trump got his name is on the Epstein log for a reason.
Okay.
She was a victim of child trafficking through a modeling agency.
Okay.
He knew her first as a young model.
Mm.
When he discovered that she was being trafficked, he went into overdrive to make sure she stayed safe while she was there by paying extra amount of money to make sure that her chastity was intact. Then he told her, learn everything you can about all of their signs.
Mm.
And this is why you see him in pictures with Epstein.
Wow.
So
Okay.
she learned all of their secret codes. Then
Mm.
she married Donald J. So now Howard the Duck got his crazy ass wife with him while they tearing up DC.
Mm.
She is one of his, just like Ronald Reagan is his motivator to overthrow the political establishment for the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan and the assassination of John and Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
The human trafficking, she's his motivation.
Mm. Mm.
She's not only his motivation, she's also his source of intelligence. She know all their codes.
Wow. I see.
So she was already prepped as a young model that was being absorbed into human trafficking to look for everything. You watch everything they do.
Mm.
Everything, every time you see a sign and they repeating it, figure out what it means.
Mm.
And now she gets delegated. So they can't touch her now because she got too much money tied up in her being kept untouched. And they rather get the money because they can get a whole bunch of her in their mind. That's how they look at it. Oh, I can get 1,000 of her, but he want this one.
Oh, okay.
Right. So she get all of their code systems and give it to the white hats. So it make it easier for them to crack all their codes.
Mm.
Then you see, remember the 5th of November. She dressed like V at the inauguration.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah.
Go back to watch the movie V for Vendetta and listen to why he's telling you to remember the 5th of November.
Mm.
Right? Because that was the bomb blast that nobody heard. It came out as the Schumann resonance spike. Right? So she's telling us that this is here, it's Vendetta is here. V is here. Right? And the V for Vendetta is to strike back at somebody who first struck you.
Mm. Oh, I see.
Right?
Mm.
So now all hands on deck. You see all of the children came out. Right? He got a daughter named Tiffany. The new WWE Women's Champion is Tiffany Stratton because it's Tiffy time.
Mm.
This ain't a coincidence. Remember, Trump got trained as a bad guy by Vincent Kennedy McMahon. Right? Then he became the apprentice to try out what he learned, to determine if he can be enough of an asshole in order to make people take him serious, because he was too nice when he was. They don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to enemy. And all of your divine wisdom, sir, they don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to Indians. Right? So he was too nice back then. He was too cordial. Go look back at the first inauguration. Matter of fact, the debates when he roasting Hillary Clinton, telling her all of the dirt she did, and she's standing there looking like, I can't believe my cousin telling on me.
I just had to show that.
You know, it's a post that go with that that's really good.
Okay. On your page?
It might be this post because the picture.
Okay. Yep.
Yep, that's it.
Should I read it?
Oh, yeah, that's some good stuff right there.
The Silent Warrior, a symbolic reflection. In this image, we see Melania Trump depicted as a warrior cloaked in mystery, her eyes obscured beneath the brim of a wide hat. The air is thick with mist, the background shadowed in an eerie haze, yet her stance is one of absolute poise, precision, and power. There's no passive figure, nor is she an individual easily swayed by the chaos of the world. Instead, she is an enigma, a force operating beyond the surface level of things. Much more like the unseen hands of destiny itself. The symbolism here is profound. The hat obscuring her eyes speak of the power of silence, of seeing beyond the illusion without revealing one's full awareness to the world. She is neither reactive nor reckless. Rather, she moves with intention, embodying the principle of controlled action. This aligns with the Hermetic principle of rhythm and polarity, understanding the flow of energy, choosing when to engage and when to remain still. Her martial stance suggests discipline, balance, and readiness, not for blind aggression, but for strategic movement when necessary. This, should I keep going? This echoes the path of the mystic warrior, the one who does not fight for mere victory, but for a greater cause, standing firm in integrity. The mist surrounding her represents the fog of illusion, the veil cast over the world by deception, manipulation, and control. But she does not seem lost in it. Thank you for the blessing. She doesn't seem lost in it. Rather, she moves through it undeterred, aware that clarity lies beyond. This is reminiscent of the wise who navigate the illusions of this world with discernment, refusing to be ensnared by them. The black and gold attire evokes alchemical transformation. Gold represents spiritual enlightenment, the purified self that emerges after trials, while black is the void, the unknown, the primordial mystery from which all things arise. She exists at the intersection of both, embodying the paradox of strength and elegance, of force and restraint. In many ways, this image could represent the archetype of the hidden hand, the veiled force, a reminder that true power often operates in silence. The most formidable warriors are not those who shout the loudest, but those who move unseen, shaping the world in ways most will never fully comprehend. Perhaps in this era of deception and upheaval, this image calls upon us to embrace our own inner warrior, to move with wisdom, to see beyond the mist, and to understand that the greatest battles are often those waged in the unseen realms of the mind, the spirit, and the heart. Move in silence, act in purpose. The storm will pass, but the warrior remains. Woo!
Told you that was a powerful post.
It was.
And now let's go a little bit deeper. The hat that she wearing comes from spaghetti westerns, Lee Van Cleef.
Okay.
Right. If you Google him, you'll see him wearing the same type of hat. And he is the what you call anti-hero of westerns.
Okay.
He the good bad guy. And okay, now the color gold is to symbolize the returning of the wealth.
I can see that.
Right. Black is the abyss. So the wealth comes back from the dismal abyss that was being held captive by the nefarious forces.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Now, the color scheme also alludes to another movie called Kill Bill. Okay. And Tupac said, "I won't stop till Clinton pay."
Okay.
So what is he talking about? What Clinton do? Which Clinton is he talk about? Billery or Killery? Right. So when you look at the scheme, like a lot of the stuff, people don't have all of the pieces because they are put into what you call a one-track thinking rut, where they can only see things one way. Whereas when you activate your right brain, which you need the love energy to do, you see things from the abstract. You no longer follow linear logic. You draw from every piece of information you have in order to unravel what you're looking at. And you need your mother mind intact to do that. It's your right brain, your pineal gland, anterior gyrus frequency, input, output connection. So when you put it all together, the Clintons, Bill was the drug dealer. He was the largest drug dealer in the southeastern sector of the United States. Right? Remember that Iran-Contra Ronald Reagan, George Bush, Oliver North, and some guy named Poindexter was selling guns to Iran to fight Iraq, America's ally, by the way, at the time. They put Saddam in power, and he was in exile in, I think, either Somalia or Ethiopia. They put him in power so they could have a point man in the Middle East, then they crossed him out. This is all George Herbert Walker doing this. He's director of the CIA at this time.
Okay.
So they go over there, they take him back, they put him back into the royal house, and then they had something called the Intifada. And he came out and read the name of all of the treasonous actors in the government, and they arrested him on the spot and executed him within 72 hours. And his power was solidified. It was all done under the intelligence given to him by the CIA, MI5, MI6, and the Mossad. The problem, what they didn't anticipate, is that he would be more interested in his people than he was in global affairs. And when they crossed him out, he stopped being what you call control. He's no longer controllable. He's a loose cannon now. He's a rogue element. Right? So they were selling the guns to Iran to fight Iraq. They were selling, it was part of a trade for hostages, guns for hostages. But they was getting the resource to buy the guns to sell to Iran from drug sales in Nicaragua and Panama. This is what made them arrest Manuel Noriega. Only top secret trial in the history of America. I hope Trump declassified that one, because that's going to tell a lot. Right? Everybody with a drug case, they co-defended the government, and they don't know it, so they can't use it to defend themselves. Because the government, if the government creates a crime and lures you into the crime, you have qualified immunity as a government agent, even if you're not a government agent. They are not allowed to, it's called entrapment. When the government creates a crime and lure a person that wouldn't otherwise committed the crime into committing the crime, then that's entrapment. And the qualified immunity comes in is the part where you was unknowingly doing the work of the formal government. You didn't know you was performing a criminal act. Right? So they arrest Noriega, put him on trial, give him 25 years. Then they send him home and they poison him and say he had cancer. Same way they did Yahweh Ben Yahweh. The method hasn't changed. They keep doing the same thing over and over because they think that nobody's paying attention.
Right.
I'm paying attention. Okay, so they get caught in a South Central investigation, right, in California. They get caught. Boom. It blows up Iran-Contra because you got a police officer in a town hall meeting telling them that the CIA is the largest drug traffickers in the neighborhoods. All of the drugs that they are confiscating trace back to the Central Intelligence Agency and the DEA. The DEA was created as an enforcement arm for the people bringing the drugs over here as the strong arm of the government. But remember, it ain't our government. It's a corporation masquerading as our government.
Absolutely.
If you just look at the name Drug Enforcement Agency, what are they enforcing? Right? They was enforcing the drug trade. But they had to lure them in there. Most of them thought they was fighting against it. They didn't know they was helping it. That's why a lot of the agents is not held accountable for the dirt that they was doing, because they believed they was acting with authorizations from the government or from we the people. But we the people didn't approve that BS.
Right.
The nefarious deep state actors approved that and got caught. So once they get caught, they expose that the government is instrumental in the drug trade. Right? Yes. So they go, I think Oliver North got 1 day suspended sentence and a year probation. right? Then they indicted a whole bunch of people in all of the hoods for drug conspiracy cases, giving them life. When the people they got the drugs with got suspended 1 day sentence and a year probation. Right? So we ain't watching that because we don't know what it means. Because we only looking at things from a 6 o'clock news perspective.
That's true. Yes.
Right? So if it didn't come on the 6 o'clock, like even that was on the news back then, but most people don't even remember it. People my age don't remember to watch. I watched the Iran-Contra hearings. Then when I came home from prison, I watched them again because I was like, I couldn't have been what I thought I saw because I must have been young and naive.
Right.
But as soon as I watched them again, that's exactly what I thought I saw. Right? Remember, the platform Ronald Reagan got in the office was to get the hostages back from Iran.
I remember that.
What most of the people in this country don't know is that the hostages was never actually in Iran. They was in Arizona at a Air Force base.
What?
The climate looks the same. Then all of a sudden they all got released. Now remember, they flying them in from Iran, but they end up in Texas some damn where. It's a short flight. So all this stuff is coming out now. Right? If you read Behold a Pale Horse, the mandate or the sealing of the JFK file, the Robert Kennedy file, the Martin Luther King file, it was restricted until 2025. Coincidence?
Oh.
Coincidence? I think not. Part of a plan? More than likely.
So that's why Trump just ordered the declassification of the JFK, RFK, and MLK files, Junior's files.
When they get done backtracking everything and they find out that it was some dark-skinned, woolly-haired people sending some pale faces to do their dirt, it's all gonna come out.
Yeah.
Now you remember, JFK did the separation of church and state speech. That was because the Jesuits approached him. Because he was a good Catholic child, they figured, okay, he gonna work for the Jesuits. He was like, man, get out of here. Constitutionally barred from you telling me what to do. Then he gave another speech about the secret societies because he had been approached by all of them. Right? And then he said that there was a monumental conspiracy. They didn't openly wage war.
Okay.
Right? The one that's gonna be a big shocker is when they arrest Netanyahu. Netanyahu is a full-fledged Mossad agent holding the position of the head of state, the same as George Herbert Walker Bush. Right? If you read in the Behold a Pale Horse, he tell you that Senate Select Committee at 2 a.m. elected George Herbert Walker Bush as the permanent president, and they declared him King George I of the United States of America, part of the Garden Plot. Right? Obama come in, Obama is the Jackal. They had another movie called The Jackal about some espionage. Right? The Jackal, why do I say he the Jackal? Because he's the demon seed, Rosemary's Baby, in the Omen trilogy, the original, was about him. But everybody looking for a little blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy to be the one. That's gonna be the one that they call Antichrist. With 3 6s in his head. Right? That's all Obama. Now, this is how you know. Where's Obama's father from?
Is it some people say Africa, some people say South America.
He's from Kenya.
Kenya, right.
Right. Kenya is the land of the jackal. Okay. The Demon Seed movie tells you about a lady being artificially inseminated by artificial intelligence. Right? This is talking about laboratory DNA genetic manipulation because they clone Akhenaten. In the Boys from Brazil program, that's who they was cloning. They wasn't cloning Adolf Hitler like everybody think. So then you get Rosemary's Baby was born of a jackal.
Okay.
But it is not until Omen 3 that they dig up the grave to Damien to find out that his father was a jackal. That's all relevant. All of it is tied together. Right. So G Dummy, I wouldn't have went through with that. That 9/11 plot.
Yes.
He would have been able to go down in history as a good president if he had never approved that.
But did he have a choice?
Nope.
Okay.
But I would have took the consequence myself. Because that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yep. So the last presidents up until Trump was all under the control of George Herbert Walker Bush. Now go back to his funeral when they was giving the envelopes, and what did they say? They know everything.
Everything. We have it all. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So they Wall Street been phantom trading for the last 5 years or so. Because Wall Street was caught with laundering over $1 trillion in illicit drug money, over $1 trillion in financial gains from human trafficking, and over $1 trillion of illegal armament sales around the world. They was laundering the money for all of them through Wall Street. They do it through something called batch roll trade, where they got a bunch of stack of bonds, whatever in there. And they sell the bond, and the bond has the value of whatever it is that they're trying to clean the money up from. They use it to buy the bond in the name of whatever they wanted to for Wall Street to sell off the batch roll. And then they get the residual, and it's no longer a criminal transaction because they wasn't buying people, but they was buying bonds secured by the sale of people. Right? So because it's 2 degrees of separation, they're not directly involved, but they directly involved. But the appearance, remember, when they separated the Democrats and the Republicans, because it used to be called the Democratic Republic Party, when they separated them, they told us that the reason they separated them was to maintain the appearance of an adversarial system. Man, they didn't say it was maintaining the adversarial system. They just said they was maintaining the appearance of one, making it look like something it's not. Left wing, right wing, one bird.
Good point. Chief, somebody wants to know, if I would ask you, who is this new republic government formed? Oh, do you know anything about Turner? Oh, Turner's the person who was supposed to re-inhabit he reestablished the republic.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about him. I can't speak on that. I don't have any information on it.
Okay. So where do you see us going from here, Chief?
To a golden age. Somebody else just said that recently too. That was Cat Williams. Wait a minute. No, it was Cat Williams. Wait, no, it was Trump. It was him too. Everybody know we going to a golden age but us. We still crying gloom and doom, and it's the end of the world.
Sure are.
I'm over here trying to tell them that's a lie. It ain't the end of the world. It ain't the end of it's the end of their system.
Yes.
Oppressive slave system. using fractional reserve banking and usury interest programs to strip the people of their intrinsic wealth. Right?
Right.
And the Supreme Court just ruled that fiat money ain't money.
People try to say that their ruling was fake, but I always say whenever you look something up and they say it's fake, that's because they don't want to know.
You got to remember though, all of the government is shut down. If you go to the executive order website and say this page is frozen in time for posterity, it will no longer be updated. Where are we going to log all the Trump's executive orders at? And where's all the Biden executive orders? Because the last one on record supposed to have been from him.
Ooh.
So what about all of the ones after that date? Where they put them at?
Mm.
When the government is falling, they're going to try to conceal it as best as they can until they can't conceal it no more. Well, they almost to the moment of truth. That's the first time in the bull fight that the bull actually see the matador behind the cape.
Ooh.
The moment of truth. Now he got to decide if he want to take this last ditch effort to slay the matador. Because if you know that if he missed, the matador gonna kill him. Then the last strike of the matador is called the death blow. By this time, you see the bull look like a peeing cushion with swords sticking through his body. Right? Because that's what they're using to slay the bull is swords. That's an old conquistadors game that they brought over here. The running of the bulls. They just seen us with horses and rodeos and wondered what we do with a bull.
So we're going to the golden age, and you talked about Wall Street earlier. My overstanding is that the stock market will collapse and it won't come back. Is that what you have heard or understand?
I told you they've been phantom trading for about 5 years.
I didn't say that. Excuse me.
Right. That means it's the end of Wall Street. Wall Street done. Right. They just got to bring down now remember, the Federal Reserve, they fenced that in. I mean, it's been seized by the people. Right. So the Federal Reserve is done. All of the banks been purchased by the Treasury. That means they no longer FDIC. Now they United States Treasury backed. Your insurance is coming from the Treasury, which is going to be backed by substance. And this is why that ruling came out about the fiat money. Right. Because we got to get rid of fiat because it's tying us to perpetual poverty. But all this stuff I've been saying this for like 5 years now. People thought I was crazy at first. Now they starting to see this stuff. And they're like, how do you know that? I'm not prophesying. I'm not making predictions. I'm reading signs.
Reading the signs.
And they telling us in our face what they gonna do. I'm just translating into simplified terms where you can digest the information and clear your vision up. That's it. That's all I'm doing. And so, yeah. So when I get done telling them what I'm telling them, all they gotta do is sit back and watch. They gonna see it eventually. Because I'm not what they call fantasizing. They literally telling us what they gonna do, but they not telling us straight up and direct like we talk.
Right.
Everything they do is coded. Crack the code.
And that's what I was going to ask you. People ask me all the time, why are they speaking in codes? Why don't they just come straight out and tell us what's happening? What's your response, Chief?
The reason they use codes is because what you don't know can be used against you. But once you know it, you can defend yourself from it. And we didn't know we was under a corporation for the last 250 years. We didn't know. So we couldn't do nothing about it. Right. But once you know, all you got to do is say something. The Patriots will get it from there. You just put it out there so that they can understand what you're saying. And they don't look, we ain't gotta do nothing. We got some rednecks and hillbillies that'll straighten this out for us if we get out their way. And I didn't talk to plenty of them, and they all agree with me.
They've been the ones that's been saying, stock up, we defending our country. We gonna take this stuff back over. And people were laughing at them, calling them racist, and they were saying, we taking back our country.
They've been more. Look, the rebel flag.
Yeah.
They've been riding harder for us than we even been riding for ourselves because we didn't even know that was our flag.
Come on.
The rebel flag is the flag of the Iroquois Confederacy. Hence the Confederate flag, the flag of the Iroquois Confederacy. Right? They didn't normally use flags. They used to use belts to symbolize treaties in woven form. I can't pronounce the word Wappamaka belt. but they used to use those like it's the seal for the tribal nations that made the agreement, right? That's not even the reason why you don't recognize the flag is because it's sideways right there. It's supposed to be the long way because it wasn't never intended to be an actual flag. It was a seal.
Oh, okay.
If you scroll down, you'll see one that's facing in the correct orientation. It'll be one on there.
Okay. And this evokes all type of
feelings. The one in the middle right there.
This one?
That kind of looked like it.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Wow. Here's one. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, but it's the history. They want us to believe that the colonists won the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, and they lost both of them. But they didn't lose them to the people. They lost them to corporate interests.
Okay.
Right? They still was under the Crown of England. That's why you had your British Accreditation Authority for the bar members, British Accreditation Registry, which was to get you your certified letters patent. If you look up letters patent, it'll tell you it's a non-heritable title of nobility. That means you get to be a noble, but your kids won't be one. You can't pass it on. But if you was born a prince, a duke, an earl, you can pass them titles of nobility to your children.
Let's see.
But you can't pass one issued by letters patent. Remember, Elton John got knighted. What was the title that she bestowed on him? Sir. A sir is the title of nobility. Right? But it's non-heritable.
Let's see. Right quick, I just want to say, family, if you appreciate what our chief has given to us, then please consider giving him a blessing or a donation or a gift to his Cash App. That's $SIKAPE. That's $SIK8. And he really does this for free. He doesn't ask for anything. He just wants the people to be liberated. But it's just my custom to do this. So I'd appreciate it if you would do that. And before he continues on, I just want to say I saw someone in the chat, and it's John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. I just had you in here. He said, "We love you, Dr. Kia Pruitt," also known as David Keith Quigley. Here he is. He said, "We love you, Dr. Kia, and we love you, sister." I love you too, John F. Kennedy Jr. And your government name, I know, is David Quigley, for those of you people that don't know you, JFK Jr. And I love your spouse or your companion as well. And that's Rockin' Robin. So thank you for joining the show. And I hope that you're enjoying Chief Pontiac, also known as Chief Rod Hayes. All right, Chief.
When you get a chance, you need to watch this movie called Quigley Down Under.
Okay. Ooh, really? It just came straight up. Okay.
Show it to the people so they can see what the cover would look like.
Okay. Here, let me quickly down under. Okay, let me see.
See if you can find the plot, what it's about.
Okay. Quickly down under plot. Okay, let me get down quickly down under. Should I read? Okay, here it is from Wikipedia. Would it be there?
Yeah, that might be it.
Okay. Where is that plot? Where was I?
Or you could just hit the trailer and they tell you what the movie about.
Okay, which one would you prefer? I don't
That's
mind.
up to you. So. I'm just a guy.
Quickly Down Under is a 1990 Western genre film directed by Simon Windsor and starring Tom Selleck, Alan Rickman, etc. Matthew Quigley is an American cowboy with a specially modified rifle with which he can shoot accurately at extraordinary distances. Seeing a newspaper advertisement that asks for a man with his special talent, he answers using just 4 words: M. Quigley, 900 yards, written on a copy of the advertisement that is punctured by 6 closely spaced bullet holes. When he arrives in Australia, he gets into a fight with employees of the man who hired him as they try to force Crazy Cora onto their wagon. After he identifies himself, he is taken to the station of Elliot Marston, who informs Quigley his sharpshooting skills will be used to eradicate the increasingly elusive Aboriginal Australians. Quigley turns down the offer and throws Marston out of his own house. When an Aboriginal manservant knocks Quigley over the head, Marston's men beats him and Cora unconsciously and dumps them in the outback with no water and little chances of survival. However, they are rescued by Aboriginal Australians. Should I keep going?
That's up to you.
Let's see if they're going to say anything else. Cora reveals that she comes from Texas. When her home was attacked by Comanches, she hid in the root cellar and accidentally suffocated her child while trying to prevent him from crying. Her husband had then put her alone on a ship to Australia. Now Cora consistently calls Quigley by her husband's name, Roy, much to his annoyance. And I'll let everybody.
Roy means royal.
Ah, wow.
Okay, now remember, David Quigley is being called to use his sniper skills. Right? How many shots did he shoot at 900 yards?
You want me to get back to it? Let me see.
It was 6 shots.
Oh, 6 shots. Okay.
Right? That's 6-point star. Star David. 6 over 9. 69 means balance. The expert with the rifle is the rifleman. The rifleman is a sniper. The sniper is the shooter. Right? The snipers that's the shooter also needs the one that calibrates the wind position called the spotter. The spotter is the woman that got kicked out when the Comanches, Comanches is a tribe up here, raided her farm and she was hiding in the wine cellar. The wine cellars used to be underground. Now remember, in the movie, they threw him in the desert with no water. What did they tell us happened to JFK Jr.? He crashed over the water.
Oh my God.
No dry land. Mirror flip.
Okay.
So if you want to conceal who the Roy is, right? The royal, then you have to conceal it by using the mirrors in order to confuse the mind of the people watching. No bodies was recovered from the crash site.
Mm.
They tried to say that they recovered fragments of bodies. That's just made up.
Mm.
No bodies was recovered because they didn't even have find JFK Jr. funeral. That's what you do.
Mm. Mm.
All these people dying with no funerals.
Wow. Wow. If you want to hear any more about John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., also known as David Quigley, you can get his book called Stolen Identity on Amazon. But you can also support him on his YouTube channel, John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. And he also is on Facebook, actually as David Quigley, which was his government name. This is deep, and I'll be so glad when all this information is declassified. Do you think they're really going to do that? Will they really release all this information?
It was already part of the plan.
Okay.
Remember, William Cooper wrote about this in 91. He said that the JFK, Robert Kennedy, and Martin Luther King files was sealed to 2025. Right. What year is it?
It's 2025.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And so why did they have to be sealed so long? Because most of the people that can be held accountable going to be dead anyway.
Oh.
So it won't even matter if you tell the truth or not.
Mm.
And, certain people going to be wheelchair bound and don't know if they on this world or a different world.
Right.
Right. But it all comes out.
Mm-hmm.
It got to come out. And you remember, the age of Aquarius is when everything is revealed. All of the secrets got to be brought to the surface.
Right. Absolutely. Well, Chief, I don't want to keep you too long, but I do want to know if you have any final words, because you're a wealth of knowledge, and I appreciate you. At the last minute you came on, I just had a gut instinct to ask you if you would come on when I saw you in the chat, and I'm honored that you were on the chat.
Oh, ain't no problem. I ain't had nothing scheduled for tonight anyway. I was just sitting there going through my messages and seeing you live. Let me see what Dr. Kia talking about, because everybody keep asking me about the money. I was like, you got to go watch Dr. Kia. That's her job. That's not my job.
Thank you. And I love doing it too. Let me get this off here. What's your job, Chief? And then give us some final words.
My job is to show y'all where they hiding all of the secrets in plain sight that I can see.
Mm. Mm.
It started looking like I got a crystal ball seeing the future, but I don't. I'm just seeing them telling us what they doing. So everything is aligned to biblical prophecy. Biblical prophecy is not a prophecy, it's the plan.
Ooh.
The other plan is the Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike. Protocols of Zion is the manual, the operation manual. How we gonna do all this stuff? So you got those three main instruments: the Bible, Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike, and the Protocols of the Wise Men of Zion. When you put them all together, it tells you an inexplicable, this is all planned, ain't none of it accident. They know what they doing it on purpose, and they will take a person's life just to prove a point that they got control.
David Quigley came on my show, also known as John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., and he's come on a few times, and he says all the time, the government will take out a whole family and take their place and pretend like, it's business as usual. And that was like so hard to accept. I was like, what about those that are in protective custody? He said, it's still the cabal. It's still the mafia. I was like, oh my God. Crazy.
Yeah, well, you got to remember, protective custody is the easiest way to get rid of you in silence.
Oh.
If you in protective custody and they really want to get rid of you, now you just somebody in the neighborhood that had a car accident or slipped on some ice and busted your head, and you just a regular civilian. That's why all of the whistleblowers say, tell as many people as you can, put it in as many places as you can. So if something happened to you, we know who did it.
Ooh, okay.
All of the whistleblowers say the same thing. Where did they learn it? The first whistleblower. Most people don't know that the first conspiracy theorist, whistleblower on record is guy out of California, Helter Skelter Charles Manson.
Oh, wow.
He been telling us about fluoridated water before we even knew what fluoride was. They didn't have no fluoride commercials on when he was telling the family about fluoridated water in mind control. But the question is, who told him?
Right.
Right. Now, the guy that was his handler was also the handler of another guy named Joseph Senku, Symbionese Liberation Army. Remember Patty Hearst?
Yes, I sure do.
They was both trained by the same guy in mind control techniques. Charles Manson and Joseph Senku, and they was given a task. They was assigned a task that both of them went rogue. They told Charles Manson to get an army of middle-class white kids, arm them to the teeth, and they were supposed to go to war with before it wasn't called the Symbionese Liberation Army, it was the army of Calvin DeFries, which was his name before he changed his name to Senku. Right after the Amistad. So he was supposed to get an army of lower class so-called blacks, gangbangers, to go in and fight against Charles Manson's family.
Okay.
They were supposed to be the two generals that lead the race war that put us all in helter skelter. Total chaos, anarchy. Instead of doing what they was instructed to do, Charles Manson told on them.
I see.
So they had to get rid of him. Right? And then Joseph Senku did exactly the opposite of what they told him. He went about following what they told Charles Manson. So they said, right, well, how did this dude get to them? They both was in San Quentin. And the guy was a CIA agent, but he was working as a sociologist in San Quentin.
Okay.
He was also the best friend of a guy that we know as Jim Jones. Now, when you go look at the pictures of Jim Jones, you will see the guy, but they will never put his name under the picture. So he'd be in the picture with 4 people and it got 3 names, but that guy name ain't on there. Because he's a CIA asset. It can't tell you his name.
Okay.
Right? But it's too late to get the picture out of the public. They just don't put his name to it. So now he's what you call a spook. But he's the spook in the house. He ain't the spook by the door. Right? In spy lingo, a spook is an unidentified operative.
Okay.
Right? And spook by the door is the operative that none of the ones on the inside trusted. So they kept him at bay as he began to use his skill set to train the gangbangers in the inner city.
Wasn't that a book?
There was a book and a movie.
That's what I thought. I thought I heard about that. Okay. Spook by the door. Okay.
Yeah. He was supposed to be under the what's that the term they use for hiring people? Affirmative action. He was supposed to be the first melanated affirmative action hire of the Central Intelligence Agency. Okay. In the book, he learned everything he can from the agency and start organizing gangbangers in Chicago. Why they pick gangbangers? Why he just wasn't organizing the people in Chicago? Why they had to be gangbangers?
Right.
They not telling you he was organizing tribes.
Wow.
They not gangbangers. The only reason why they raising all this hell on the land because they know we at war. They just can't see the enemy. Because the enemy look like us, but they ain't us. So we just indiscriminately killing each other, hoping we get the enemy. But we can learn how to spot the enemy because he gonna always try to convince us to kill each other.
Right? Yes.
No matter what's going on, he want us to kill each other. And if you mention a peace conversation with him, he's going to become belligerent and hostile and use a whole bunch of colorful language to tell you ain't no peace. He ain't us. Right? We don't mind tearing something up, but we want to be right. They don't mind getting toe up as long as you don't know that they ain't right.
That's right.
Right? So they'll sacrifice themselves for the lie, but we only going to sacrifice ourselves for the truth. And self-sacrifice is the highest form of sacrifice. If you look at all of our struggles, more of our struggles has been stopped by people that look like us than by people that don't.
Give us an example.
Denmark Vesey. Denmark Vesey was told on by a nigga. Gabrielle Prosser was told on by a nigga. Either one of them would have reclaimed the land. Even in the fictitious story of Nat Turner, to tell you right on the book that this is a fiction, but everybody believed he was a real person. But even in that book, Nat Turner was betrayed by a nigga. They told him where his location was. That's the same thing Jomo Kenyatta told the British how to bomb the Mau Mau in the woods. Right? Look at Noble Drew Ali had a mufti staff. The only thing we have today that can remind you of it is the FOI. So how did they get their hands on it? He had to be betrayed by somebody in his ranks.
Right.
Because we wasn't listening to the police in his day. We knew the police was the enemy in 1920. It wasn't no mistake about it. We knew they was the enemy. Right? We didn't start the serve and protect motto that came about. That's the 60s, the late 60s and the 70s. But to this day, you can't tell the people in California that they ain't the enemy. They remember the chokeholds with the batons that was killing us, the shootings in the back because we was running from them. That was all slave instructions for slave catchers on catching slaves they was following. If the slave run, you shoot his ass in the back. Just don't let him get away. Right? It go. Somebody said free Dr. Malachi. Dr. Malachi, you got a book called The Light. I'm gonna send you this so in case you want to post it.
Oh,
but
yeah,
he said that his biggest problem that he was faced with was the black devil. Where you at? Here we go.
Okay, you sent it? I hear it.
So we've been thinking that we was fighting pale faces the whole time. We fighting some European or Negropeans. Look, they said that the Moors taught the Europeans how to wipe their ass and take a bath. Ain't that what they told us?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the Black Death? The Great Plagues of Europe?
Oh, yes. The Black Plague.
That was caused by living in unsanitary conditions?
Yes.
You know that was during the watch of the Moors, right?
Right.
But when the Egyptians settled Greece, you didn't have that issue.
Ooh.
So this is the book. And in the first page of the book, that's the next picture, Dr. Kia.
Okay. Hold on, let me get there. You want me to take you say go to the next picture?
Yeah, the next one. I want to see the cover. That's the cover.
Okay.
And then we're going to go to the first page of the book. I want you to read that.
Okay, 1 minute. I lost myself. Hold on. Okay. It says the title of the book is The Book of Light. Here's the author's note. I have devoted my visit to this planet to the resurrection of the mentally dead, which I affectionately refer to as mummies. Never did I know that the evil one had done such a great job with these people, both mentally and physically, as to have them hate self and kind. My greatest dilemma and hindrance has been the black devil. Born amongst you and by you, married to you, socializing with you, praying in the same sacred houses of worship as you, but secretly have a spiritual pact with the devil, which makes it nearly impossible for them to totally surrender to the true word of God. Their very nature won't let them. It's in their seed from Genesis 3:15 and 1 Peter 5:9 and 10. There is a curse or a curse seed of devils who are the Canaanites. However, it's not about race when it comes to evil, because there are black and white evil people. But for the few chosen from the many are called. From the few chosen, from the many called, I sift to find those beings that wish to become one with the Supreme in all, those that wish to know the way, the truth, and the light.
So he telling you now, remember, Malachi was boots on the ground in Brooklyn. He was boots on the ground in Harlem, Yonkers. He had people all over New York. And his biggest problem wasn't the pale-faced Jew. It wasn't the pale-skinned Arab, though they was a problem too.
Okay.
But none of them was the problem that the black devil is. Because they look like us, but they ain't us, and they've been married into our families, and we having babies with them, but we don't know it. And this is why you can't keep a family together in the modern area. I'm sitting here watching all these people talking about relationships, and I'm like, what the hell?
I know. I know.
Y'all don't understand the basic principles of love, loyalty, and respect. Because if you understand those three principles, you won't have a relationship issue. You might have money problems from the structure of the society. You might have problems with difference in philosophy of child rearing, but relationship problems, you don't know what respect, honesty, loyalty, love, you don't understand none of that. I'm not finna tell somebody we in a relationship and then have secrets. The reason why, because if I'm telling you we together, we partners in whatever.
That's right.
I tell them in a minute, if you say I'm cheating, you was cheating with me because we doing it together. You can't call me a cheater because we're going to be cheating together. I don't care nothing about the money. You can spend it all. We're going to get some more because I know how to get it out the dirt. And in the meantime, if we have to, I know how to grow food in the backyard. So I make sure we going to eat one way or another. But just those basic principles of love, loyalty, and respect. Right? That's where your sense of honor comes from, how well you apply those to your day-to-day life. But people don't believe in that stuff no more. They believe that some stringy hair hippie gonna come surfing on a cloud with a Philharmonic orchestra behind him and say, poof, it's all fixed now. It ain't gonna never happen. It ain't gonna never happen. You gotta have, look, the royal blood is betrayed by the noble character. Just because of who you are and you got the blood you got, it's just certain stuff you're not going to participate in. Right? I don't want to go have 50-on-1 group sex with one lady. That just don't sound right to me. You got guys that's into that, though. I ain't into it. And I don't even want to be in the room with other guys naked. That's the hardest part about being in prison.
Yeah. So you're saying the reason why we're having a lot of these relationship issues is because we're marrying some people that aren't us? Is that what you're saying?
They contributing factor because they make life miserable for whoever they with. Look, if you pay attention to the good relationships,
Yeah.
they always laughing with each other. They joke with each other. Well, if she go cook, he's come sit in the kitchen because he want to talk to her. He don't just want to talk. He want to talk to her. Or he be out there tinkering on the car. She come out there and she talking about something that don't even matter. He don't care. She don't care. Long as they communicating with each other. Right. But when you see the ones in the bad relationship, it's all bad. They sit there and find ways to be mean to each other on purpose.
Yeah, I noticed that. They can even look like you. They can be from the same race, but it just seems like you're an adversary, constantly going at each other.
Most of the time, they're the same skin color. We more likely to marry somebody from our own similar phenotype. Right? Because that's your tribal nature activated. Right? But when you're on a higher frequency, you don't see phenotype no more. You see what's in the person's heart. You can either work with them or you can't.
That's true.
They so busy trying to own somebody and push this slave driver mentality in a relationship that is tearing the relationship up.
Wow.
The ones that look like us that ain't us, they have no respect of a person's personal space. They have no respect of a person's personal opinion. You don't have no right to no personal opinion. If me and you in this relationship, I own you now. Do you hear me? She's got papers on me.
I remember that.
Slave papers. Them slave papers. This ability to be able to keep and maintain the slave. You licensed. Remember, license permission to do something that's illegal. So why are they giving you a license to get married if it's permission to do something that's illegal? But who don't need one? Common law marriage. Well, why they don't need no license? Because they following nature. They're not following man. Right? In nature, every relationship got a shelf life. Unless it was meant to be. Right? You got a lion he might be the king of the pack for 5 years. Then one day, one of the females in the pack oust his ass, and all of the rest of them help her because he wasn't carrying his weight. You didn't got too old, broke teeth. You can't bring down the bull no more. And they don't need that. They need a survivor, a warrior. They need a gladiator. So if they don't run him out, that young soldier gonna come in and run his old ass out of there because he can no longer perform the function as the king of the jungle. Now he's the jester. He just putting on the king's crown for now until the real king come around and run his ass out of there.
You never hear anybody say it from that perspective. You are the first one I've ever heard say that. Yeah.
Look, if you pay attention to a pack of pride of lions, notice they call pride, not packs. Right? Because they operate on what's called the mother principle.
Okay.
The male cannot stay in the house if he's not productive, period. Then that's the end of the story. That's the whole post. The man can't stay in the house if he's not productive. And if the other male lions won't come get rid of this mother, the sisters click up, run his ass out of town.
Dang.
You can go on National Geographic and watch it play out, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Right? When female lions oust the male. Then they do him bad, too, because they be trying to snatch his balls off. Make sure you don't go find you another harem nowhere. We castrating you on your way out. They show it. It's not a secret. Like, they show this on... I've been watching... That's my favorite stuff to watch is the wild. The animals in the wild. Right? But even the silverback gorilla. The silverback gorilla is the quintessential patriarch. But when he get too old to perform his function, And the old matriarch, she gonna go wire up a young male, give him some coochie and sick him on the old man to tell him to overthrow his ass, run him out of here, and all these women is yours. So what he do? He get to running and beating his chest, climbing the trees. All of the other young males, we with you, soldier. We with you. Hey, we got this OG on the block, man. He foul. He got to go. The ladies say he got to go. Renegades, mount up. Run his ass out of there. If they don't run him out of there, they delegate him to the lowest position in the clan.
Dang.
You can go watch it. It's not even a secret. You go watch it on the National Geographic.
I'm gonna watch it.
You go to YouTube and you put in females lion oust male.
Okay.
And you'll see the video when the females is running his ass out of there. That means they caught that wildebeest. They had 6 female lionesses taking this wildebeest down, and he ain't never show up like he supposed to. But we got something for him. Or he touched one of them babies the wrong way. He bit the baby too hard or something. Oh, no. There's 2 things they don't tolerate: non-productivity and child abuse. They will F you up. The female lions will F you up about them 2 things. It's the same thing in reverse in the gorilla clan. The silverback will snatch your head off about the women and the babies. Ain't nothing to talk about. But you can't hardly get him to fight his own until it's time for him to show that he still got what it takes to run the house. Every now and then, a young buck might rise up on his own. The females watching. They ain't saying nothing. They sitting there eating their bamboo shoots. If this nigga show any sign of weakness, though, and one of them females get up and go to screaming with that young male, all of the young males gonna oust his old ass. They gonna form a alliance to get rid of him or relegate him to the lowest rank of the clan. Turn off his coochie rights. Catch you trying to get some coochie over here, then you're gonna be gone for real.
I always say, for those communities that support polygyny, which, I support it. That's what is best for that, a culture or a society or people that practice it. I always say, to me, it would seem like the women should be in charge of that and not a man.
That's who's supposed to control it.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Look, if a woman if she's sending a female for her significant other, she got to be able to get along with her. While he out fighting wars, hunting dragons, or whatever he doing, she don't want to be sitting in no house with some miserable slut she can't get along with. And he a damn fool to bring one in his house.
Right.
But you see a whole bunch of damn fools. They lose the best woman they ever had for a piece of trash off the street.
Yeah.
That's counterproductive. That's not progress.
It's not.
Right. But if they could get along, now he understand what he doing. Like, everybody talk bad about the pimps, but ain't nobody asking, how did he get all these women to even get along, let alone sell their body and give him the proceeds? What is he doing? And every pimp will tell you, you ain't no pimp unless you got a bottom hoe. Why? Because she's really the pimp. He just the protection. Madam so-and-so.
Yeah.
And he's the gun that protects that. And that's why he got to have the ends through a woman. He can't just come in. You can't just get up and say, "Yeah, I think I'm gonna go be a pimp." No, it don't work like that. You got to be conditioned, trained, and cultivated by women to hold that position. You ain't finna just go out there and start pimping. You're going to end up being called a rogue. You're going to get ran off the block by the other pimps. Your girls ain't going to be able to work because the girls out there going to say, who you with? But see, we don't understand the street life, so we'll never know that. The average person will never know that.
I see.
Because they don't understand the street life. They trying to live as a functional corporate entity working for the system. And the system say if you follow this pattern, work 20 years, then you can retire. But you can't get in no trouble while you working. Right? If you change jobs too many times, then you got to wait till you 62.
Yeah.
Right? So they got the structure in place that the majority follow. But the majority ain't always right. Right? And when you understand that all of these situations require you to give up something to fit in. I don't want to give up nothing. I just want to be me. I can't be less of me because you want me to work here.
Right.
Right. The reason why I decided to leave GM is because I was tired of watching them misuse and abuse people and then lowball them on contract negotiations. I'm going to say something. I'm going to be the squeaky wheel, and in the position I was in, it was counterproductive anyway, because most of the people didn't understand that the contract, they was being sold out. Literally, not figuratively. So I can't stand there and just watch you do what you want to do to people, ruining people's lives because you call yourself the supervisor. Man been working here 30 years and all of a sudden you want to fire him because you don't like the way he wear his shirt. But you won't tell nobody the real problem that you got is how he wear his shirt. You start making up excuses to write him up. Right? That's not how this supposed to go. So whether it's your work family or your home family, if you're going to be straight up, be straight up. Right? And sometimes being straight up, it's not going to be comfortable.
That's true.
Anybody tell you it's going to be comfortable, going to be lying to you. It's going to be very uncomfortable. But once you realize that what you're doing and why you're doing it, you don't even care about the discomfort no more. Because the cause is bigger than the person. And the one who's given the instructions to follow the path, he don't got no choice. Even when he think he doing wrong, he's still doing right, following his path. Because the wrong stuff you do is what is needed to knock your ass back right.
Wow.
In the end, we all got to bump straight. Stop taking sides in other people's BS. Right? That's how we got caught up in this corporate government oligarchy, because we fought for it. We fought to be put under the bondage, the yoke of bondage of this system.
You mean the civil rights movement?
Before that, it go all the way back to the 1800s. You got to remember, before it was the civil rights movement, before Garvey ever came, it was the 1800s Liberia movement back to Africa.
Oh, yes.
Right? You got to remember, we was barred from all institutions. It wasn't until Prince Hall figured out from being an apprentice to a pale face what it was that they was doing. They was using our conjures against us, telling us they was evil. So now we ain't doing no protection magic. We wide open in the name of Jesus in the Bible. And they doing all of our ritual, cultural protections, but they using them nefariously against us. Instead of them using them for our protection, they use it to undermine us financially, economically, socially, politically, to disenfranchise us permanently. We just in the new era now, and the ones that's from what they call Generation X.
Yeah,
we don't want none of that. We ain't Martin Luther King turn the other cheek, right? And we will be peaceful until you disturb our peace, and then we gonna wreak the wrath of righteousness on you. If we can figure out how to do it without having to shed all of their blood, we're gonna do it that way. Because that's who we are. But the people we fighting, if they see you making headway, they coming for you. Believe me, I know from experience. I don't know from supposition. I know from experience that they didn't came at me. I done seen people walk up to me in prison. I don't know them from Iraq and Iraq and tell me no matter what you do, y'all ain't gonna win. Wait, what the fuck is you talking about? I ain't even asked you nothing. You know what I'm talking about, cause you the one. What I do?
Wow.
Right? Them dirty Moors talking to me, telling me we ain't gonna win. I'm laughing because they think they can beat God. How the hell you gonna beat God? God is gonna created it all. You think you're gonna beat God? Because that's my number one ally. You think you're gonna beat God?
Kanye West said, "I am a god."
Hey, my mama was God.
Okay.
I came from my mama. I can't be less than what my mom and my daddy was. My daddy was a guy.
Well,
Because when we was in church and they was telling them God stories, I kept saying to myself, now dad God and mama God, but these people they talking about, I don't know that stuff. And I used to get in trouble in church because I would blurt stuff out like, why that man up there laying? Well, one time, look, we was at Pastor Avenue Church in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Everybody know Pastor Avenue, but they don't know they know him.
okay.
Pastor Avenue is the blood uncle to the DeBarge family.
Oh, okay.
He a mama's brother. All right. He's telling us the Jesus story. And Jesus died on Calvary. And he died for the sins of the world. I'm 6 years old, every bit of 7 at the most.
Okay.
I said, Mama, why that man up there lying? My mama pinched my arm out there and wrung a chunk of meat off my arm. Why don't you say that up in church? When we got home, and she pulled me to the side. She said, baby, you can't tell these people what you're thinking like that. She said, you create a world of trouble you can't never get out of. You let them know what you're thinking. I ain't saying nothing. I'm just looking at her. I'm like, this is weird. But she knew I was seeing something, but she couldn't feed it. Because, you know, babies will tell it all. My mama said, and she used to always say, we ain't no damn Africans. Ain't want my son to tell you, if you call my mama African, she get hard up, man. I ain't no damn African. We ain't from no Africa. Well, where we from? Where you at?
Where you are. Look at this. Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law? I have said, ye are gods.
And that's quoting Psalms 82:6.
He got, yep, from 82:6. That's where he said it first.
And Jesus is ISIS the whole time. That's why they had us confused. And the words in red is not one person talking, but it's 2 people. It's the mother and the son.
Oh, wow.
But they stopped calling him Emmanuel. They only call him that so you know that they're talking about 2 people.
Wow.
You got any more questions, Dr. G? You want to take some questions? I mean, Dr. Kia, before we go, take a couple questions from the crowd.
Okay, I'm just want to show them that is from Psalms 82:6. I said, you are gods. You are all sons of the Most High. For people who don't know that that's actually written in the biblical text. I know everybody's here not a Christian, but it is written in the biblical text.
It's also written that the blood of the righteous shall not be spilled in vain.
Ooh.
Why is that important? Because of the blood magic. They know that by murdering righteous people, sacrificing their blood, that it has to be answered for. If you don't answer for it by rejecting the sacrifice, they can't suffer for it. You got to reject the sacrifice. That's an unrighteous sacrifice. So the blood of the righteous can only be spilled to benefit the righteous. It can't be spilled to benefit the wicked. Otherwise, it's being spilled in vain.
I have a question for you. Somebody asked, I don't see it. right here. Hit the like button, family. Share the video, subscribe to the channel. And if you are inclined, please send our chief, who is always and often here to share wisdom and information knowledge with us. Send him a blessing to SIK8. That's his Cash App, $ SIKAPE. S as in silk, I as in ice, K as in king, A as in apple, P as in principle, and E as in excellent. SIK8. Somebody wanted to know if you knew the relationship between Trump and Kanye West. You know what that's about.
Yeah, Kanye was trying to get him to release Larry Hoover, but Trump didn't do it because it wasn't time yet. If he started releasing the Chiefs too early, and he caused too much backlash from the other side of the aisle, now it don't matter. The martial law that arrests the judges and the attorneys is also going to give a whole lot of reprieve to people that's locked up. Because what they locked up for if the judges is illegal and the lawyers is illegal.
Dang. Wow.
I mean, your whole judicial system was predicated upon a fraud, which is the first bite at the apple. Fraud vitiates all contracts. So they fraudulent, when the courts just declared fraudulent and they start rounding up the judges, that also the contract called prison sentences. A sentence is a line in a paragraph, right?
Okay. Yes.
And they're giving you a sentence. That means they're giving you a part to the contract. Right? And the part to the contract that they're giving you is the penalty of the contract that they supposed to incur, not you. But because you don't know no better, you end up being the one who's serving the time on their behalf for their benefit. And it does nothing to benefit you.
Wow. Wow. Somebody has said when we were talking about what happens in the Lion Kingdom or in the wild, and we segued into polygyny, meaning one man for several women, and how that should operate under the matriarchy. Somebody said polygyny or polygamy to them is for homosexual males. I don't know how he got that, but that's what they said.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from either, but you do have a form of polygamy where you take all your bitch ass niggas that like to beat up women and stuff like that. They keep each other in check. And now you got this madam over them, right? And she and you can't leave that situation until you get that lesson that this is not a boxing match between you and your counterpart. I call domestic violence a hostage crisis disguised as a love affair. Stockholm Syndrome 101.
Beautiful.
Hey, Dr. Kia, I seen the clip. Somebody had asked a young lady and that guy about Empress Redbird, and she was saying to email them. You remember it was on your show? I think you took a 1-minute clip from it and posted it too. Or somebody did, where she was asking, where she was saying that, because they was saying that somebody was going to be the king of the, he said the king of the North. Right. So that's the conversation I'm talking about.
So what did you want? Did you want to make a comment about it?
I was just going to ask you, before I forget, if you could send me the email or contact information.
So what did they say again? Because I don't even remember. You said
somebody had asked her if they knew who Empress Redbird was, and they were saying that they didn't directly know her, but they know that it's other people, and to have them reach out.
I got to remember what show that was on. I'll look for it.
Yeah, I'll send you the clip, and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. What will happen to Social Security? You're
not gonna need it. look, everybody that been paying into Social Security gonna get a refund within the next 5 years for all that they paid in from the beginning of their first because it's the same Social Security number, so it's easy to track it. And they've been following the IRS, and they've been following the Social Security Administration. They've been following the Federal Reserve for 50 years and Wall Street. So they know every transaction. They know who owed what. They know who stole what. They know who got put out their house, who got evicted out their apartment. They know everything. They got records of it. They know who all of us is and our original tribal names that's no longer pronounced on the land. Because most of the names of the tribes are exonyms. They're not what the tribe self-identified as. And this is the easiest way to know. If you translate that tribal tongue's name of a tribe into English, it's going to always be like the people or the folks. Right? Or the village, like Pueblo. Pueblo is the village. Right? So we're going to always be referred to some kind of way as the people, the folks, or the village. So the name can be anything, but in that tongue that it was derived from in its original utterance, it was identifying the people of the land as the people. This is where you get your we the people from. Because they doing it in our name, but they doing it without our permission.
Wow. Yes, sir. Thank you.
That one you just put up is incorrect. It's SIS.
Oh, sorry. That's here it is. Thank you, T. Somebody just texted me, Taj Diami, one of my close friends. He wants me to ask you about Stargate. And then after that, what's the spiritual meaning of a red cardinal? Because one was next to him yesterday. So what's the meaning about Stargate, and what is the meaning of a red cardinal?
The Stargates is a system of portals. All of them don't go to the star. Most of them take you to other parts of the planet. Right? This is just the general Stargate information. Some of them do go to the Mars and Venus, but most of them keep you on the planet. It's just like, for instance, you can go into the gate in Arizona and walk out in Giza.
Whoa. Okay.
You go in the one in Arizona, you can come out in the Himalayas, you can come out in Australia, you come out in Hawaii. They got wherever they had the priest temples at. They all on ley lines. They had a complex in Alaska. If you go back to the beginning of the pandemic, the La Palma was threatening a volcanic explosion. And then they kept seeing what I call them the backblast, because they had to create space for the lava to flow. So they was blowing holes to backfill it. But they had a gate, and the gate had a opening in Alaska. And then they was trying to locate the third gate. So it took me about 2 weeks before I located the third gate. Was on the west side of Mexico, in the Pacific. So once they had identified the gate, the jumper ship, right? That was what they call the vril hive ship. The vril is the worms that go in your eyes, but they was brought here by people, or what looked like people, who was already infused with a vril.
Okay.
When they put them in the portal, then they blew the lava into the portal with them and closed all 3 stargates at the same time while they was jumping between stargates. And that's why La Palma never blew, causing the tsunami on the East Coast. Hey, that's some mean shit. You trapped in the dismal abyss being chased by a flow of lava. That's hell for you.
Sure enough. And can you answer the second question? Do you know if there's any symbolic meaning of a message if you see a red cardinal, if it's standing beside you?
The cardinal is normally a message from an ancestor. Normally it's a father or grandfather that's the cardinal.
Wow.
And the cardinal is also a high priest in the Catholic Church,
Mm-hmm.
right? Which means that in the family, the person was a priest, a family priest, but he didn't know he was. You come back as a cardinal. The soldiers, the warriors come back as the crow or the raven,
Okay.
right?
Right.
And when you see the eagles are the chiefs when they soaring,
Mm-hmm.
right? When they perch, they the chief holding the post.
Mm-hmm.
The same with hawks and falcons, they are all different levels of chiefs.
Wow.
And then you got the cleanup crew. When you see the vultures on the ground with their wings open and it's a whole bunch of them, they
Mm-hmm.
telling you that it's a cleanup crew of originals from the land cleaning up some dirt somewhere.
Mm.
And if you count them, you'll know how many in the cleanup crew that's at work.
Mm. Wow. Oh, he said you're talking about his daddy. His dad just recently passed. He
That's him
got a
talking to him.
sad face. Oh, wow. He's got a sad face. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's why he sent the cardinal was to tell you not to be sad. That he
Mm.
can hear you, he can communicate with you. Now you have to recognize it, and then the communication will start to get clearer and clearer. My mama talked to me like I'm talking to you, and she ain't physically here.
Dang. Wow. Mm. Thank you, family. Thank you for the Cash App blessing. Thank you, Monica Prosperous. Thank you, Harshonda Logan. Wow, Tristan Early, Delilah N. Smith. Thank you, family. I appreciate you. I'm so grateful that you appreciate us bringing on Chief Pontiac. And also, if you would like to send him a blessing, then you can send him a blessing to SIKAPE. You know, our family is so great, so gracious. You know, they appreciate information and they want to reciprocate, as you would say, and
Mm-hmm.
show their gratitude. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's taking the culture all the way back to before priest in charge,
Mm.
and then ask for offerings. They put a box in the front of the building. If you left something, you left something. If you didn't, you didn't.
Mm.
It's not because you got to put value on what you receive from a person in order for you to adjust your donation.
Mm.
It ain't for the person that's delivering to tell you the value. You have to assess the value to the self.
Ooh.
If
Okay.
you got something that you consider a value and you reciprocate, that's a gratitude expanding the frequency of the channel.
Wow.
Right. So if you let it go, it come back in
Mm.
increments of 10.
Mm.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's
That's
all
why the church. Go ahead.
yep, it's all gratitude and reciprocity. So that's why I say anybody send me something, you don't have to. But if you do, I accept it with gratitude so I can increase the return back to you.
Wow. That's powerful, Chief. Thank you. So this is Kikoba asks, does the Chevron ruling affect county sheriff departments saturated by deputy gangs? Thank you both for
So
your.
California is a unique case with the sheriffs. So they're gonna be heavily occupied with National Guard pretty soon.
Mm.
The fire is a good enough reason to trigger them to send them under national emergency conditions.
Mm.
And once they get the order to round up law enforcement, because they know who Crash is, they know who Rampart was, they know their signatures, their tattoos, everything they did to conceal their activity. But all of the police is gangs. They just work for somebody else.
Mm.
They all branches of the same gang coming out of London, England.
Wow. Thank you. Somebody asked me, why is my lighting, why does it keep shifting to gold? I have no idea. It just does that. I have no idea. Um, Chief Faya Wata asks, she says, they make sure that our women are medicated and too busy working or programmed in the church. Ooh, okay.
And that speaks for itself.
It really does. Let's see.
Medicated don't always mean medicine.
Okay.
Medicated is also Novocaine brain. brain numb. You can't process.
Oh, okay.
Paralysis of analysis, Dr. Ray Hagen say.
Yeah. Y'all pray for Dr. Ray Higgins, by the way. He's sick. He has kidney problems. He's been on dialysis. He has had blood clots. So he's back home from the hospital, but please keep him in your thoughts and send high vibrations to him. He's actually a personal friend of mine. I haven't seen him in a few years, but he's a good man. Trump just blocked all Nigerian politicians from entering America for any reason. I didn't know that. I don't know what that's about.
I do.
What's it? Do you care to share?
It's just cradle of dirty Moors in Nigeria in the upper echelons of government.
Oh.
If you pay attention, all of those scammers coming out of Africa is Nigerian.
Yeah, that's so true.
You hardly ever get them out of Kenya, Botswana, South Africa, Ghana. They almost always exclusive out of Nigeria. It's because it's a heavy presence of dirty Moors there. But locals know who they are.
Okay.
And when Ibrahim Traore get done putting together the rest of the clans to come together, they going in there last. Nigeria gonna get towed the F up. But it ain't gonna get towed up by no outsiders. It's gonna be Africans tearing it up because they're going to get all that. Because they know who they is.
Oh, they do. Okay.
They know who they is. It ain't no secret to them over there. They live with them.
Right.
They know who they are. And all I can say is, God curse you because the devil gonna eat you. Because they getting everything they got coming.
You reap what you sow. The scripture says, be not deceived. God is not mocked. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap.
Yeah. And my mom used to say, baby, be careful what you do because what goes around comes around. If you don't catch it in the wash, you're going to sure catch it in the rinse.
Absolutely. Ocean 239 says, Unc, I'm about to send you something.
Okay. Where do I need to look?
Where does he need to look, Ocean? Probably in your Cash App.
He's going to send me some information.
Oh, he's going to send you some information. Oh, if y'all want to find Chief Pontiac or Rod Hayes, you can find him. One place is Facebook. Is that okay for them to go to Facebook, or where should they find you?
Facebook or Instagram, either one.
Okay. So on Facebook, he is Rod Hayes, and I'll show you this right quick. And on Instagram, are you Sick Ape?
Yeah, The Sick Ape on Instagram.
The Sick Ape. Okay. So this is his page right here on Facebook. He posts pretty often here, pretty regularly. And he drops all type of information there. And then on Instagram is the THE Sick Ape. THESIKAPE. Okay, I see you now. I'm gonna let everybody know. What is the symbology of the ape with you? I know you like the ape. What's that?
That's my tribal totem.
Your tribal what? Oh, totem. Oh, okay. And the ape represents what?
Father figure, protection, stability of character.
I thought I followed you there. I gotta follow you. Let me see. Let me do that now. Okay. Now here's an interesting question. Oh, hold on. People have asked me this numerous times, and I tell them they have to ask you, and that is, but Sister Melissa is asking, are you single?
Right now I am, but I ain't got time for no relationship right now for the simple fact is I got to get this work done. Right now I'm not in the mental space to focus on relationship maintenance.
Yeah. I've heard, a few men say that. A few chiefs, actually. That's interesting, that have said, I'm not in the mental space right now. I'm not looking for relationships. I got to take care of my business. That's interesting. A lot of women think that men aren't disciplined. I don't know where we get that from. Think that men aren't disciplined and men are just out here slinging pee around, phalluses around. Narcs and Jezebel energy. Okay, let's see.
That's based on old stereotypes.
Yeah.
Those stereotypes was created to villainize us, so our
Mm.
women don't want us to make us available for other women.
Oh. Oh. And you mentioned this earlier. I noticed there's so much arguing and bantering back and forth in our community on social media and in your personal life, all over the place. You hear people complaining, you know, men aren't this, men are that. I'm gonna stay single. I'm not gonna have any children. I can do it all by my own. I'm a boss chick. I don't need a man. It actually breaks my heart. It does.
And the biggest lie ever told wasn't that the woman wasn't powerful. The biggest lie ever told is the woman wasn't God.
Ooh.
You gotta remember. And when you go back, okay, remember, time only 6,000 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, it was called the forever time.
Okay.
Right? That's when women was parthogenically reproducing, living 2,000-3,000 years easy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And the historical paradigm is trapped in a time lock.
Okay.
It's called the infinity loop. The
Mm.
infinity loop is what kept us reincarnating into the same cycles over and over again, because most people can't see the pattern. They can't flip out of the cycle because our ages has been drastically reduced. We still toddlers at 50 years old, spiritually speaking.
That's so true.
Imagine if you supposed to live to 200, you would be just now becoming an adult in your 40s.
Which is why
Now
they
you
call
got,
it over the hill. When you reach 40, they call it over the hill. You finally becoming an adult. Okay.
yeah. And that's why so many people have a hard time of life in their 20s and 30s.
Mm-hmm.
But they got teens thinking that they adults. That's a side effect of oppression. When women start having earlier and earlier menstrual cycles, as the oppression gets harder, especially when they're killing the leadership. When you're killing the leadership, the women go into hyperproduction because they got to replace the leaders.
Oh my God.
That's why every generation of us wired slightly different than the one before. This is why they say you got the baby boomer generation, Generation X, Generation Next, Generation Y. You got the millennials. All of those is to just tell you that their grip is getting weaker on our consciousness, because the children that's being born are starting, they got the information now. They got it now. The babies got it now. You can go to the TikTok, you can go to Instagram, you can go to Facebook, you go to YouTube, and all of these youngsters know we know the truth now.
Oh yeah. They sure do.
They making songs about it. All of the new rappers, they ain't talking about trapping no more. The new guys, they ain't talking about trapping. They ain't talking about hustling. They talking about, I'm an Indian, I want my shit back.
They sure are. They sure are.
Look, go to YouTube, pull up God King Joshua.
God King?
Yep.
God King Joshua. Okay. Oh, never heard of him. Okay, let me see.
These youngsters ain't playing. They not playing at all. They don't have no retreat, backup, no off switch, or none of that.
Dang. I see him.
Click that first video and listen to about the first 30 seconds of what he's saying.
The first one,
The
or
very
the one
first
here?
one, that one right there.
Okay. Can y'all see it on your end? Because I'm on another screen. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna get through this commercial right quick. Yes, sir. Hold on.
This is what I mean when I say the youth got it now. We can get our old ass out the way. It's their turn now. They coming.
Boy, your mind gone. These people got you bent like your spine gone. Did you forget you a god? Get your grind on. They get wrong, we create a new crime zone. Boy, your mind gone. These people got you bent like your spine gone. Did you forget you a god? Get your grind on. They get wrong, we create a new crime zone. Boy, your mind gone. I'm really getting disgusted, can't believe the shit I see. These niggas only killing people, seem to look like me. Selected with your crazy, cause you ain't shooting at no police. You a monkey in that room, but King Kong up in these streets. You probably don't wanna hit us, but I'ma hit you with the truth. Downfall of every guy, it always started with a Jew, but they manipulate.
I noticed he had a feather on his hat.
Yeah. He ain't playing. Listen.
Story, so the anger.
Okay.
Point at you and try to lock a real messiah so you never hear the truth. You got me fucked up. I'm a little Bama off the porch, but they let a nigga read and I discovered Dr. York. See, my mama got a message when she met the store. Tell you the mother, the messiah, your precious baby boy. See, you can't kill a true God, cause we can always bring it back. So they feed poison to our babies and call it Similac. They see the copper in our skin, but then they tell us that it's black, cause they know they took the land and hope that we won't take it back. See, they colonize the soil, then they push to the back, called it the land of the free. Man, what type of shit is that? They had us under a spell so nobody would attack, and kept their eyes on the babies that would bring the power back. They had us born in different cities similar to Iraq, but it's really Holy Land. They just spill blood on that. See, they put us in a trap, but didn't know we would adapt. And I only spit facts, ain't no cap in my rap. These people got you bent like your spine
That's good.
gone.
That's good.
You forget you a god, get your grind on. They get wrong, we create a new crime zone. Boy, your mind gone. Boy, your mind gone.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just one of the youngsters that's coming out. It's a whole bunch of them. Like the whole next wave of artists is not gonna be industry driven. They gonna be from the hood, from the block, talking just like that.
No, they're not
right?
playing.
Yeah.
Right.
So they know what's up. they know that they took the land and they hope we don't take it back.
That's what he said. Yes.
Yeah. When it's too late. They can't do nothing about it. We got the blood and the right. All they got is a piece of paper. Now we're going to see which is stronger, the blood and the right or the piece of paper with the ink. Is the pen mightier than the sword, but is the sword mightier than the blood?
Ooh.
It all turns around.
Blood meaning that you're from the land?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Chief, I don't see. Go ahead.
We are mama's boys and mama's girls, and we love daddy, but mama told me don't let nobody take nothing from your brothers and sisters, so we here to get it all back. I take mine after they get theirs. I ain't greedy.
So speaking of taking it all back, when the land is restored, how does that work for, all the people? Is everybody going to live in peace? All the different nations that are here in America.
It's going to be way more peaceful than it is now. For one, in the hood where we at, we'll be remembering how to spot the black devil.
Okay.
We're going to be teaching them how to spot the black devil. So even if a black devil just so happened to be born in 60 years, he won't be able to act on them wicked impulses because he had too many checks and balances around him. Right. And you always gonna know him because he don't want you to tell him to do nothing right. But if you want him to come up with some dirt to do, he all for it.
Oh. Well, speaking of that.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Chief.
I said you always gonna know him because they always want to get into some dirt.
Yes, sir. So
righteous Moors is from the land, dirty Moors ain't. That's the difference. You got two groups of Moors because that's who really was fighting the war. The war was to educate yourself above the conditions so we don't have to resort to firearms and bloodshed. That's why you got two different groups of Moors. You got the righteous Moors, and then you got the dirty Moors. Right? And if you look, Garvey had a whole army behind him till he read the Masonic ledgers. You got to remember, he was a high-ranking Prince Hall with the blood right. So when he go in and read that we was under a 200-year conjure, that he can't break it because the blood of the righteous of Crispus Attucks should not be spilled in vain. That's what the secondary constitution, which is the constitution to the corporation, was written in his blood. So they had until 1976, but we went back to war with them in 1812, which gave them an extension to 2012. Right? And now we closing in and wrapping it all up. In 2025 is the 9 year, which takes us back to the energy of the Ennead, the divine 9. That wasn't a haphazard when Biden say, I understand the power of the divine 9. He knew what he was saying.
Wow.
Well, he didn't, but his speechwriter did.
Okay, right.
Or the guy talking in his earpiece, whichever one it was, you know, he was a whole character, a group of characters, I should say.
People keep asking about Moor versus Alliance. You touched on that already, but I see that.
That was the first thing we went over.
It is. Somebody actually asked, what does it mean when you see blue jays? I've been seeing a lot of blue jays recently, Dion says.
That's called the crazy thing about a blue jay. The blue jay is the bird of justice. It's a redeemer. Normally it's the sun that's not physically in close proximity to the father. You send them spirit messages and the blue jay appears. The son is working to assist the father. So if you got a situation, let's say the mother don't want the child around the father, so she trying to poison his mind, but the child fighting against it, blue jay pop up at daddy house. Son fighting for you, baby.
Oh, wow. Wow.
But it's normally justice in the situation is being, it depends on what the birds is doing too, but normally, especially if they singing, that means that they singing the old gospel spirituals of redemption and, recovery.
That is so beautiful. I appreciate these questions, family. And I appreciate Chief having the wisdom to answer them.
Me too.
Chief, Kevin says, not all men, most of us are about getting the work done, getting it done. We were raised by awesome men and women. We were raised by awesome men, women, and grandparents. Because somebody in the comment section is saying, go ahead.
Yeah, that's actually a true statement you're making, because all of us ain't the same. All of us ain't the same.
And I keep hearing that over and over, men are no good, men do this and men do that. And I don't know if some people just have these talking points or if they're attracting certain men, I don't know what that's about, but it's disturbing to hear how disparagingly we speak against the men.
Yeah. If you go to Neely Fuller, this is a good way to study that question.
Okay.
In the United Independent Compensatory Code, he tell you that when somebody tell you something like that, you supposed to ask them, well, if you saying that this is a bad man, show me a good man, and then explain to me the difference in the two.
Okay.
If you say that's a good man, show me a bad man, and then explain to me the difference in the two. The most of them is screaming bad man, but they don't even know what a good man is if he was sitting in their lap.
Whoa.
A bad man to most people is a man that stand on business.
That's true.
Because you can't push him around. He can't be swayed. My mama said, don't no woman want no henpeck man. Right?
Yes.
That's one of the greatest books ever written.
Neely Fuller by Neely Fuller. And Dr. Francis Cress Wilson was his mentee, I believe, and she used to always speak about him and reference him in her work in the ISIS papers and during her speeches.
Yeah. I talked to him on the phone. He gave me a whole lot of valuable information in about 15-minute phone call.
Wow.
And he's personable, approachable, talk to you. You don't got no, he getting old now. We need all of his wisdom we can get. And also they got a YouTube page that he's talking on. They do animations on his voiceovers.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
His name is Neely Fuller family. Let's see. Terry says, Chief, you rock. Love you.
God making me blush. I'm trying not to blush.
They say you got them receipts. Oh, and Chief Longwind says, Chief, you got my receipts. I sent this to you. I don't know what he sent.
I'm not sure either. I have to look it up.
Okay.
But a lot of people send me receipts. They hear me talking about something. And I might not be going deep enough for them. And they go look it up and come back with some more stuff. And we pile it on.
They're enjoying the work. They said they love you, Chief. This is great work. That's Rome. Hi, Rome Haywood. Rome says this is outstanding. Wow. Someone says we are the original people on the land. Is that true?
Yeah, we from the land. We don't come. We ain't just plop. We came from the land. We emerged over here, like Africans emerged in Africa, Asians emerged in Asia, Aussies emerged in Australia. And they got histories. When somebody telling you their history traced back 30, 100,000 years, they original.
Amen. Somebody said this is Enchanted Healer. TM says, I have yet to hear Dr. Kier say anything positive about the women that uplift our men. Well, a lot of times when I'm talking about families, the reason why I speak about how much more we should love our men or how we should do better is because that is what I see a lot, is the shift in the family dynamics where the women, supported her husband in the Black community. I don't know about what everybody else. And I noticed that there's a shift towards feminism that tears down the men systematically and, do hurt their own babies, support, the unalivement of babies. And so oftentimes, like when you admonish or you talk about what's wrong in the community, it may look like I'm not uplifting the woman, but I also have videos where I'm teaching women on my channel how to be elegant, how to be graceful, how to be pleasant, how to be sweet, how to care for yourself, how to support your man. So I do try to do a balance, but I appreciate the feedback.
Well, also the people that got it right, they don't need to be corrected. But the people that's out here screwing up, exception all twisted, them the ones need to be corrected. Don't nobody have to say nothing to the ones doing the right thing that they can get some accolades. Right. But while we problem solving phase, it ain't time to give out accolades yet. It's time to solve the problem.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Then when the problem is solved, we can go about giving the accolades. Because there's a lot of good people out here doing a lot of hard work to help the majority, but most of us don't see those people.
True.
Right. It's more people doing good that you don't see than it is that you do see.
That's true. And they're usually quiet. They're not loud and abrasive. So if you go to my Rumble channel, you'll see, and you type in Dr. Kia Pruitt on rumble.com. I put how to be elegant in the search bar. You'll see I have here's a video, how to be graceful, top 10 traits of an elegant woman. Elegant ladies love men. And I talk there about how, there are women that love men and this is how they typically behave. Be exclusive, how you're supposed to preserve your energy as a high class woman. I talk about how to exude and accentuate elegance, how to manifest using sigils, how you can live your best life. And I have other things on here. Oh, how to become a wife of noble character. I have been a wife, and I took care of my husband till he passed away in 2022. How to thrive. I have lots. From Mistress to Housewife is about how I took the mistresses that were a part of my life and actually took them in. Everybody can't do this, and train them how to become good, noble women, and how to spring from this position in which they worked. I taught them how to treat a man. I taught them how to be kind, how to raise their children. They went back to school. The ones that wanted to go to school, I trained them how to be a noble woman. And I'm telling the truth. And their children have come to love me, and they call me mama. And I taught them how to go on from their situation and actually marry men. And my brother-in-law, God rest his soul, Dexter, who recently passed, used to tell me, I don't know how you did it. How is it that you knew that, there were other women and you were able to, understand who you were with and what came along with that? And instead of being, first I was angry, but instead of being like a tyrant, you said, you know what, I'm going to use this situation to my advantage and I'm going to groom them. Everybody can't do it. And we're going to raise these children together. That's why I say I have 8 children. I have more than 8 because my husband had 2 sets. I'm talking about the husband of my youth. I raised them all, and her children became not just her children, but with my husband, because we did separate and we got divorced, and he had his own family. And then, when he got sick, I took care of him. I took care of her. I took care of her children that she had with him, and I took care of her own children. And they're all grown now, and they still call me Mama Kia. I can talk about what it is to be a noble woman because I am she. All right.
All right, then, preach. My mama told me if you got a baby by somebody and they got other kids and you show favoritism to yours over the other kids gonna mistreat yours.
They will.
So she said don't never do that. So I'll treat all of my children's siblings like they belong to me.
Yes, sir.
And then when you get to realize that in order to be the chief, all these babies belong to you, no matter where they come from.
And when you big mama, it's the same way. Go ahead, I'm sorry, Chief.
Yeah. When you realize that the problem is because it's a shortage of stand-up guys around, right? And you being good to as many children as you can. Mm-hmm. It's a human family.
It's a human family, absolutely. Thank you, Chief. Well, Chief, I don't see any more questions. Somebody says, is children having children these days? Oh,
the side effect of oppression. If it wasn't under this severe oppression for the last 500 years, women wouldn't be hitting puberty until 1920.
Wow. Really?
All you got to do is study a gymnast. Most of those girls doing gymnastics don't have a cycle until they retire. Or until they well into their 20s.
Wow.
And there's nothing wrong with them.
Okay.
But they're not feeling the strains of oppression. The only ones in gymnastics that's having early menstruals is the ones being touched inappropriately. But they don't, when they are focused on something like that, and they don't have to worry about where their next meal gonna come from, if they're gonna go home to mom and daddy fighting all the time. The human body will not let her go into puberty at 8 years old, 10 years old. That's for people that's in war. And that's how you get baby kids.
Wow. Yes, sir. Family, if you are enjoying this time of instruction by our Chief Pontiac, also known as Chief Rod Hayes, then please kindly send him a donation or a blessing expressing your gratitude to $SICAPE. That's $SIKAPE, and he would greatly appreciate it. Joe Pittman said, my wife had 3 little girls when we met, and we raised them and our 2 sons together, but now they're all grown.
That's good.
That is.
Pittman is a big clan out of Mississippi. They all over the place now, Pittmans. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow. I got a local Pittman Big Mama over here in Pontiac. Mama Pittman, she got a big old clan. You think you run up on one of them, they're going to come from everywhere. It's a whole bunch of them.
Chief Oaks wants to know, how will the tribes on the land and the Republic coexist moving forward? That's a great question.
The Republic is the interim transitional phase of going back to common law.
Okay.
Remember, I told you earlier, we started off with tribal law, then we went to the Republic, then we went to the corporation. Now we from under the corporation, we had to go back to the Republic in order to get back to the tribal law, the common law, the law of the land.
Okay. So now there are people that are re-inhabiting the Republic, and I've been asked to actually serve as a justice or an interim administrator or judge, which I haven't had to do anything. But so you have people that are volunteering to just hold the place, to just sit in a seat for the Republic. But we don't know how that's going to look, that transition from Trump, because we know he's dismantling the corporation, to the Republic. And then to that question, I'm wondering, so does that Republic then run or represent everybody, or then does the Republic turn over to the Aboriginal indigenous people on the land? Like, do we know yet?
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to look, but I know it's going to happen.
Okay.
The Republic not going to last the whole 4-year term. Right. But sometime during the celebration, we're going to have another celebration in the middle of the celebration to celebrate going back to the common law. But we first had to get to the Republic. That's what the J6 situation was all about. Putting the law of the land behind the Admiralty flag to reclaim the jurisdiction from the law of the seas in order to go back to the law of the land, which puts us under the first Republic. And then we go back to tribal lands. Everything was given back to us in the Indigenous Rights Acts. There's two versions. It's a United States version and it's a UN version. It's also an operational blueprint, if you know your culture, on reclaiming everything. That's what I've been following the whole time. That's how I knew to use the oral tradition. But if you don't know what the oral tradition is, you can't use it. Right? But everything I do is public notice. Notice to agent is notice to principal. When I get done talking, they either know or they should have knew. They know I'm a war chief. They know I inherited the responsibility of Chief Pontiac, and his final conflict was with the French. That was the Louisiana Territory. The same with Tucson. They lose 2 battles, they out of the war, because you got 2 out of 3. Right? And so they lost to Tucson and Bookman in Haiti, and then they lost to Chief Pontiac and this team of chiefs because he wasn't by himself. Right? He was the one that they sent out front to do the talking.
Okay.
So I'm just the one they sent out to do the talking. I'm the brain banger out of the gangbangers. They told me I can't be in the street fighting no more. I got to go hit the books. So get in the library. That was a direct order from Larry Hoover.
Wow.
He didn't know which one of his soldiers was going to be in the library, but he knew one of them, but one of us going to listen. One of us is more interested in seeing him free than working at Nordstrom for $100,000 a year. I could have been working anywhere. I got the skills to pay the bills wherever I'm at. But they got me on here as the one that's following the oral tradition, showing the people who did it, why they done it, where they done it, how they done it, and who they done it to. So when you get done going through the who, what, when, where, and why, and how, we know everything that they did. They told us. They don't mean I'm smarter than nobody. It just means that I'm just have more information available to me than the average Joe. And since I had more information and I was able to put it all into a comprehensive format where I could tell it to the regular people, At first they gonna say that nigga crazy. So they told me that nigga crazy. But then after they listened for him and said, wait a minute, he ain't crazy as I thought he was, because he got a good point right there.
Mm.
And then that's gonna trigger them. And then when they get triggered, they gonna trigger somebody else. And so on, like we do in a hair commercial.
Mm.
And she told 2 friends, and he told 2 friends, and so on and so on and so on. Each one teach one. We all gonna reach some.
Right.
I'm just trying to let as many of us know what's going on in real time as possible, just by reading their signs, not prophesying. Mm. People be like, he a false prophet. I ain't never told you I was no prophet. I'm not prophesizing, but I am reading the writing on the wall that they putting out there for us to see. I'm just telling you what I see, and you don't have to agree with me. I'm not infallible. Right? Sometimes I have so much information, I can't remember which piece to pull first. Here we go.
And they honor what you say, like the oral tradition that you're using and what Empress Rarebird is using. They acknowledge and honor this?
They've been giving us the foundational instruments to prove that what we're saying is working.
Mm.
But I'm not the only one doing certain stuff. For instance, I'm not the one who told the Pope that he was on notice in the public domain. That was a different tribe in Canada, but we all working toward the same goal.
Okay.
Right? I'm not the one who put Atlanta and Cop City on notice. Those were the ceremonial Muskogee Creek.
Mm.
They can speak up for the Muskogee Creek if the Muskogee Creek don't know what to do.
Right.
They ceremonial membership can speak up if they know what to do. So the ceremonial tribe went and put them on notice.
Mm.
Right? When the totem pole was being marched across, I didn't do that. But because I can show you where it's at and what it means, right? We had, in order to reclaim DC, we had to stake a totem pole there. It was done in 2017. There was several tribes involved in that, not just one. So you got a whole bunch of different tribes doing different stuff.
Right.
Right? Chief Warhorse declared victory about a week ago.
Mm.
She's a certified war chief. She has the right to do that because she got treaty agreements with them people. I don't. I'm from 9 treaty tribes. They erased us from paper.
Whoa.
So I can use the treaty tribe to prove a point to the 9 treaty tribes as long as we carry in tribal tradition forward. And all we have to do is put it in the public domain. We ain't got to prove nothing to nobody. When she put it in the public domain, it's on her channel, Cooking with Chief. They was setting up a memorial for one of her family members. Mm-hmm. And they had a meeting in this circle, and she came with the wreath to declare the peace and told you all of the symbolism of the wreath. That's on her channel, Cooking with Chief Wars. Right? But that was instrumental for the rest of the tribes because it ties into what the collective is doing. And I've been telling people for 3.5 years now, she's the big deal chief because she the one got to declare victory.
Wow, I see her.
Mm-hmm. Scroll down, let me show you the video.
Okay. Let me go to her videos.
Yeah. Go to the lives. It should be under lives.
Okay. Cooking with Chief, serving up history, update, birth of a nation, Columbus discovered America, Columbus discovered part 2.
It was about a week ago, so it wouldn't be down this far.
Okay, these are the lives. Okay. A week ago, the only live that comes up right here is Cooking with Chief, serving up history.
Yeah, that's it right there. That's the one right there.
Okay.
You see where it say Banfuka?
Said, oh yes, from Banfuka, yes.
Yeah. So in her speech, she tell you about they being recognized by the federal government as being a separate tribe. Their tribe had dual citizenship.
Okay.
And then she got a politician on here. He goes through the verification of her credentials. And then they tell you that she separated from New Orleans. That was a critical piece right there. New Orleans is the corporation.
Oh.
So her parish is separate from, they can get their own resources allocated to them. But before that, just like with Empress Bertiasi, the corporate governments was blocking them. Right? The term in law is estoppel. Right? That sounds a whole lot like Gestapo, don't it?
It does. I was going to ask you about Empress Verdiasi, Gaston L. Turner Bay. If you knew about her and if you knew that she had taken the United States Incorporated to court.
Mm-hmm.
If you knew. Okay.
Well, they got a lot of infight in her clan, and when she left, it left them in disarray.
Oh. Okay.
But she never stopped fighting her whole life. And she got people in her family that's never stopped fighting. They have what's called a living record because it goes back to the beginning of the corporation and the struggle for autonomous rights.
Okay. Let's see. Rod was talking about Queen Elizabeth and Alfred earlier. I don't think you were. Did you? You didn't mention Queen Elizabeth. I don't know if they're talking. They say you were speaking about Queen Elizabeth and Alfred. Queen Elizabeth is the woman I had on my show, Princess Elizabeth. I think that's who they're talking about being from the
yeah. I think that is her name.
Oh,
see,
okay.
it's 13 major women on the planet.
Thank you.
And they all have a region they're responsible for.
Okay.
The 13th seat is the sacerdotal seat that feeds the other 12 seats.
Okay.
It comes from the zodiac wheel in the temple of Dendera, where Tawaret is centered as the big mama in the middle of the imagery. As above, so below. And then your Egyptian pantheon is actually the steps that you take by embodying certain energy as you move to your position from Heru to Usir, from the son to the father, from the heir to the ruler. And the person that's the heir is called the pretender to the throne. And the pretender to the throne has to be able to have a means to claim the throne. The father can't claim his throne unless he first cleared a way for his big mama to claim her throne.
Oh.
That's the Osirian resurrection, what they call the holy drama. It's the blueprint. It's the roadmap. It's the instructions for the pretender to the throne to seize the throne and put everybody where they're supposed to be. The matriarchy is not ran like patriarchy.
Okay.
Feminism is not matriarchy. Feminism was formed by a bunch of drag queens masquerading as women to convince women to be unruly with their husbands at home. If you follow feminism, you following cross-dressers. But if you follow the matriarchy, you part of the sisterhood. Now, which one of them sound better? Sisterhood or the other stuff? Right. The elemental Q stuff.
Sisterhood.
I prefer the sisterhood. I did a live with Rising Phoenix yesterday, and she asked what happened to the sisterhood, and she had to give her the step-by-step breakdown. That's on my Instagram.
Okay. On your, you put up that live on your channel, or is it on hers?
It's on hers, but I shared it to mine, so it should come up on either one of them.
Okay. Let me see. What happened to the sisterhood?
That's not the name of it. I'm gonna tell you the name of it in a second.
Okay.
See, that question came up in our live. I guess it did come up on my page. Let me go to my one.
Okay.
I'm gonna send it to you so you can show them which one to look for.
Okay. If you want to follow Chief Pontiac, also known as Chief Hayes, you can follow him on Instagram at The Sick Ape, TheSikape, or you can follow him on Facebook at Rod Hayes, ROD as his name, first name, and his last name is HAYES. If you've enjoyed the live so far, family, and you want to show him your appreciation by sending a monetary blessing, you can send it to his Cash App. And that is at $SIKAPE. Okay, sorry about that, Chief. I'm here.
Okay, so this Phoenix page.
Oh, let me get this off here.
Matter of fact, I'm just gonna send you the video.
Okay.
That's gonna make it life a lot easier.
Okay, I heard it somewhere. I know you sent it. I saw it. Let me just go to your messages. Okay. I'm going to click on the link. And, oh, okay. Oh, she's gorgeous. What's the name of her page?
Rising Phoenix Academy, I believe.
Okay. And this is the video right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nice. Rising Phoenix Academy. So you all want to see that, family, go to her page, Rising Phoenix Academy. And see if I can actually, I don't see the actual, is this her? No.
That's her.
Yeah, okay. So this is the video with you in it right here.
Yep, I'm about to come on, and if you let it play a few minutes, you'll see me when I come in. Because it's supposed to have been 3 of us on there. She's actually blood descendant of the Haitian Revolution.
Wow.
And was instrumental in closing that conjure. And the other person on there is the blood descendant of Duddy Bookman.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But they didn't ever let him in. Risha Stone, they wouldn't let him in.
Okay.
But I had to find them in order to close out the Haitian conjure. Right, so they can the tribes can regain control of Haiti. That's what you see down there. If you see in Haiti, they brought Jamaican police down there. They wouldn't allow them. Kenya was supposed to go, but the Haitians rejected Kenya. They said, no, we don't want them niggas over here because the last time we let somebody come from Africa, we ain't been right since. So they wouldn't let, because at first they was only going to accept help from Africa. And then, I don't know, they must have talked about it among themselves or something. It was like, no, the last time we let somebody from Africa come over here, we ain't been right since. So the only people that they allowed to come over there and help them with policing the territory was Jamaica.
Okay.
That's where Duddy Bookman was originally from.
Phoenix Rising Temple University is where you can find a very important video that Chief Rod Hayes did about the sisterhood family.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of stuff, but it's a nice little piece in there just about what happened to the sisterhood. Because when the women is like in their natural energy, Earth is heaven. Ain't nowhere like it. But when they in a war, Sekhmet, Kalima, raging energy, it's the miserablest place to be. Because they not gonna act right until everything is set right. And this is the truth at the root of all of the relationship issues. The women stuck in war mode because these dudes is some broads. Men don't want to stand up no more. They want to sit down and pee now. They got whole instructional videos on men sitting down to pee now.
Well, no way. No.
Coming up with all kind of pseudoscience to justify men squatting to pee. Won't you just flat out tell him I need you to be a bitch for me? Instead of just going the long way, hitting all the way around the board, coaching them and coaxing them, just flat out tell him, let him make his mind up whether he want to be one or not.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same thing they did with science and races, ethnicity. And ethnicity ain't necessarily race. So what the hell is a race? And how do you got a race that don't got no end? And what is the end to the race war?
I can tell you what my son, who is an economist, told me. He told me they always tell you in the School of Economics and Business what they mean in their coded language. He told me when he was in college, he said, race is really about a race to resources. It has nothing to do with skin complexion. I was like, what? He said, yeah, they teach us this. Mm-hmm. He said, that's why I infiltrated the business school and went into economics, because you don't see a lot of people look like us, he was telling me, that's in economics. He said, that's where they show you all the secrets. I was like, oh. Presidents are economists. Presidents of universities are economists. Presidents of the countries, they study economics.
Well, you look at Trump.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But not only that, when you look at the economics and the resources, it take you back to that speech that the MLK gave about undergirding the European peasantry with resource, mechanizing their farms.
Okay.
Right. So he's telling you, right, the race war. And the race had nothing to do with skin color. The illusion was painted as a chess turn. On the chessboard, white is the attacker, black is the defender. Right. That's why free white persons in law identify clearly Moors of Spain. In France, and a couple more places, and they clearly say they're not Caucasian.
You showed us the receipts on that before. They're not Caucasian. They look like us, but they're not us. They're melanated, though.
Yeah. So as long as we think that the white man is pale-faced, then we already mixed up. You remember they used to say pale-face speak with forked tongue? You know what that means?
No.
He come with his own agenda, but his agenda is following somebody else's agenda.
Oh, okay.
So when they talking to the chief, the conversation goes something like this. Yeah, I came over here to offer you a treaty for a piece of land. Chief said, we don't sell land. Right? But before we do negotiations on any business, you got to smoke the peace pipe.
Yes.
Right? The reason why they smoke the peace pipe, because they can detect a lie.
Oh.
Right? So they get him smoke the peace pipe. Then he say, what's your agenda? What do you want for yourself and your family and the ones you loved? And he'll tell them. Then he'll say, okay, who sent you and what do they want? And then he'll tell them. So now those two agendas don't always go together. Right? It's the same with the Mongolians and the Huns that was the slaves to the Moors when they came here.
Okay.
They switched us out on the Trail of Tears. They wasn't marching us nowhere. We was already there. We was already in Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, Illinois. We was already there. So then who in the hell is they marching on this Trail of Tears if we was already in all other places? Wasn't us. Now, if you pull up Indian school, right?
Yes.
And you zoom into the crowd of children in the picture, you will see they ain't us. But they Mongolians and Huns and Vedics.
Wow. Another question somebody has me, asked me, I didn't see it here, is can you speak on why Trump mentioned cryptocurrencies being, go ahead.
We're going to be going to some kind of digital format for banking. But whatever digital format it is not going to matter because we're going to be backed by a security. A security is the gold certificate, silver certificate notes, We move up in money, you're going to be dealing with what's called platinum certificates.
Mm.
Then you're going to go from the notes to white diamonds.
Ooh.
So instead of getting a stack of paper, you're going to get a stack of substance.
Wow. It's my first time hearing this.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, all of the precious metals is that's the stablest currency for collapsing and rising governments.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And platinum is the most valuable of the precious metals. So the upper echelon of business dealings will be done in platinum reserves.
Okay.
And the only other substance that's as expensive as platinum is what they call flawless white diamonds.
Mm.
And they can tell the difference between a laboratory diamond and a natural diamond. So that counterfeiting won't even work.
Mm. Thank you for that. And thank you for that question, family. That was a great question. I think that's it. Let me see.
Yeah. The digital format is just to keep count. It's the record keeper.
Okay. Wow. Someone, yes, Brian Williams, crypto. Digital backed by gold, silver certificate notes, platinum, from platinum to white diamonds. I think somebody's taking notes of what you said.
Yeah.
Gold, silver, other metals are real money. Wow. The family is saying this is wisdom. They appreciate you. Someone says they're looking forward to Mardi Gras.
Man, I can't wait. I want to see these because, you know, we don't see it right now, but in different places on the land, you got the people making their costumes, just like the Mardi Gras Indians do.
Mm.
They make their own costumes and then they come out and they parade in their costume. There's going to be some pretty beautifully elaborate ones. Same with Les Carnival. If you want to know what it's going to look like, go watch an episode of Les Carnival from Brazil, because Brazil do it bigger than everybody else.
The only thing that I know there would be some question. Oh, family, you asked me to pin up the young lady's Instagram with whom Chief Pontiac had done a live, and this is her Instagram. I also put it in the chat. My son went to, well, his wife is Brazilian, and he's traveled to the Caribbean, you know, because he had, my son is world travel, and the ladies love him. But anyway, now he's married. But anyway, he was telling me that the only issue he had with Mardi Gras and some of the festivities is, you know, the things that happen there that may not necessarily be moral. And he said, I like the celebration, but it was too much debauchery, you know, that he thought needs to be checked.
Well, that's the Brazilians' responsibility is to clean it up.
True.
Right. But remember, let's go back to Bobby Hemmett. We don't care about no moralism because they use moralism to put us in boxes. So a lot of us openly defy the moralist doctrines just to not fit into their box. But then you got the ones just naturally depraved that take it too far.
Right. Thank you for that. This is Chief Mac. Chief Mac is in the house saying good evening, greetings, Dr. Pruitt and Rod.
Yeah, I think I've seen him before under Judah Allen.
Judah Allen, yes. He said he had sent you was it him? I think he said he sent you a request. I think it was him that said he sent you a request. I don't know, but greetings to you too, Chief Mac. We're glad to see you here. Thank you so much for showing up. We appreciate you. I know you're a very busy man. Thank you so much. And I love the way the Chiefs are supporting each other. Oh, let's see. Do we have any more questions? Hold on, Chief. I see I'm having problems with one of my formats. I had to take it off my LinkedIn and then add it back. Okay. Chief Pontiac, what do you think about Barron Trump? Oh, is he the Antichrist? He's already addressed Barron Trump. What a beautiful time to be alive, Chief Max says, when you're connected to the right people and source.
That's
Absolutely.
facts right there. That's mic drop.
Mic drop. Marquitas. Hey, Marquitas. Marquitas Johnson and I have been friends for years. We were actually part of a group. We helped start a group. I think it was either Marquitas, you said you had a question, but I think we started a group like right before Trump became president, or maybe it was his first year, where we were trying to help people get access to their TDA accounts. We were doing all kind of research, trying to help people like discharge their debts. And we were very, very successful, but it was so many people, like we had 100,000 people in that group. It grew so big. YouTube, Facebook shut us down. And the people who had been able to offset their debt that were successful, some of them went on, but then they started locking folks up and reversing the charges. And was like, yeah, we better just slow down on this.
That's what I was telling everybody. That's a trap. That paperwork is a paper chain. Remember, they own patents on every court document you file. If you're putting them on notice, they own a patent on that. So you're really not putting them on notice.
Wow.
You're really telling them that you're still an imbecile and you don't understand the law yet.
Whoa. Oh.
Right. They know they committing the fraud, right? So what do when somebody is using the fraud that they don't want to use it? They charge them with fraud. You party to the fraud.
Okay.
And that's why the paperwork was the trap the whole time. If the paperwork wasn't the trap, Noble Drew Ali would have had it over with in 1922.
Ooh-wee. So even that paperwork about declaring your nationality, that was a trap?
What happened with that with the Moorish Science Temple is somebody made a deal with the government behind Noble Drew Ali back. And I think that's what led to him getting murdered. Because the original nationality card was binding in court. Like if you had your card and you presented it, they call a grand sheik. Okay. And the grand sheik come in and asks if you was going to answer for the charging instrument. And the grand sheik could say he's a non-party to the claim and walk you out the courtroom. But once they made a deal with the government, the new nationality card say on the back of it, the holder of this card is the United States citizen. Some niggas did that. Wasn't no pale faces in the Moorish Science Temple at the time. Oh, and there might not be none now.
Okay.
You was asking me for examples. Yeah, all you got to do is study the 5% Nation. Clarence 13X was at war with some niggas because they wanted to sell dope out of his properties. He told them no. Well, we see what that got him. The move, remember that Philadelphia move bombing?
Okay, I remember that.
It was a nigga that signed that order to bomb them people at home with their babies in the house. They blew the whole block up or burnt it up, but they didn't have to do all that.
Right.
But that nigga agreed to it. He signed off on it. Matter of fact, he called them in there to do it.
Wow.
And you gonna tell me he wanted us? Highly unlikely. John Africa was a peace-loving man. He was a vegan. He had a good community. They stuck to themselves. They minded their business. They had nothing but cordial relationships with all of their neighbors. The only people who didn't like them was the government.
Wow.
And they went in there and bombed them. Like they was in Iraq after the 9/11. They just blew them up. Then they tried to escape the fires. They just opened fire on the ones trying to escape. They were trying to make sure they don't come out the house while it's burning to the ground. That was foul. And the ones that made it out, they arrested them. Some of them ended up with 40 years in prison.
God.
Before they got out. Go listen to Ramona Africa. She got a whole bunch of stuff on YouTube where she's telling her story. She was their mouthpiece. She their tribal mother right now. Right? So they can't say that we don't know what happened, because ain't no way I would have sent nobody to bomb no place with a bunch of babies in it, knowing that the babies was there. It ain't that they didn't know they was there. They knew that it was families living there, and they was only mad because they was living off the grid. That's the only crime they committed. And that's not criminal. That's natural. You can't be living your natural lifestyle in front of us. We gonna snuff you out.
Thank you. What Marquitas wanted to know, Chief, is Melania Palladian? I asked her, is Melania? I want to know if Melania is Palladian.
It's a good probability. She got that. That's how they look kind of like her. I can't say for sure, but she have that look.
She really does. There's something very peculiar and strong about her. Like she just doesn't look like your average human.
You know that the Pleiadians, okay, it's the 7 sisters, the 7 stars in the Pleiades, and they all got different looking people. Okay. But they all are very, very attractive. Some of them are melanated, some of them not. And then you got the spectrum in the middle. But you normally can tell them because they have what's called a very peaceful disposition, and they try to solve any problem before it gets to conflict. But if you take it to conflict, I'm gonna tell you myself, you on your own, because I'm not coming. They the wrong ones. They control light magic. And the 7 sisters is the 7 rays of the light spectrum. Okay. And where everybody think is the dome is the Van Allen belt. It's a radiation barrier, which is the Pleiadian light lock conjure to conceal the warring factions within inside a confined space, because they was disturbing the other people somewhere else with their wars. And that was the catalyst to the formation of the Galactic Council. Somebody got to do something, because these people they just going crazy.
Okay. So the Pleiadians are actually here, it seemed like, to help us, the humans.
They are. They part of the Galactic Alliance to... Okay, so the issue is a sibling rivalry from Nibiru. Okay. Did they call it in your Bible the war in heaven? The war in heaven was between Michael and Satan. And
what? Michael, the archangel?
Yeah, that's what remember, Michael and his angels fought the dragon as his angels, and then they cast the dragon to the earth.
Right.
That means the war in heaven landed on earth.
Oh my gosh.
But nobody never tell you that the war was over. The war that landed on earth had to be fought on earth. So we was put in the Pleiadian light lock. A heavy radiation barrier. You can still get out, but you have to go through what's called space windows at the different layers of atmosphere. And if you miss it, your ship gonna blow up. And that's a challenge for a challenger right there.
Absolutely. Wow. Thank you. Chief Mac wants us to know he got word that they are canceling debts right now.
Yes. They supposed to have been done it by the 19th, but they think that Trump just talking, and they don't believe that the Earth Alliance is really cleaning the planet up like they are. They believe it's business as usual because they've been in power so long they can't see nobody taking their power from them.
Right. Joe Pittman says, my wife and I are so excited that we've come in contact with all of you, and we love you a lot. And then we love the comments as well. God bless you. Here's a question, and I'm gonna step away just for a second. Just for a second, and while you answer this question, it says, "I'm West Indian. I was 3. Mom said she was going to pass away 1 week before she did. She was 30. How does she know? She did OBEA, OBEA. What does that mean? Was this a sacrifice?"
It's a form of magic from the islands.
Okay. Well, I didn't have time to step away very quick. Let me see. What if you do a rebuttal of their authority? Oh, somebody says, respectfully asking, what if you do a rebuttal to their authority? I guess the people that are in power.
We already did.
Mm.
That's why you see them falling now.
Okay. Are the Moors the black nobility?
The black nobility are Moors, but all Moors is not the black nobility. You remember, you got righteous Moors and dirty Moors.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you. Somebody says something about not my Moorish ID card. Okay, I don't know. Snooky's
So
saying.
if all of them don't have it on there because you have factions. You have factions within the Moorish Science Temple, and some of them still follow the original charter, where others follow the charter that ties them to the contracts. Right now, so the ones that don't have that on the back, they still can't do what Noble Drew Ali could have did, because the other ones chopped them off at the knees. The ones who made the contract. The Moorish Women's Consulate is the record keepers of all Moorish history, and they only give it to certain individuals, the full history. But they know who it was that made the deal that allowed the U.S. citizen to be put on the back of the nationality card, because whoever did it, their name is on the contract. So I done had Moors tell me it was Mealy Eel, C. Kirkman Bay, that it was what's that other dude name? Mealy Eel. I don't care which one of them they think it is, because the dirty player's name is on paper. But only a high-ranking Moor, like let's say Taj, they might give it to him, but the one who they can't deny it if he asks, it's only one, the Supreme Mufti, Chief Malik Angel Bey Jeff Ford out of Chicago. If he go to the Women's Moorish Consulate, they're going to give him the full records of all of the dirty Moors, because it's his job to clean up the Moorish house. Wow. And he is not a happy camper. He'd been locked up for damn near 50 years on some trumped up BS. So when he come home, all of the dirty Moors going to be running, but they know who they are. Okay. They got all the reports on file at the Moorish Women's Consulate that tell them who the dirty players was, who was shysting people out of money, trying to sell them their freedom, that got them ensnared in traps. They know who all of the dirty players is in the Moorish community, because they the ones who register the complaints.
I see. Universal Angel says the Constitution was written in real blood, Crispus Attucus's blood, after they killed them.
Yeah, that's the secondary constitution of the corporation. That's when they moved the capital from Philadelphia to DC. I think that was 1781 or 1783, something like that.
Okay. Oh, they can literally sign something in real blood?
They wrote the whole thing in blood. It was called a blood oath contract. I did a thing on B-Dell where we were showing people about the blood oaths. We was going through all of the blood oaths and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's showing you how it works. Because once you understand how it works, the spell is no longer enforced on you. Plus, the blood is fading, which means the contract is losing its power.
Where can we find that video?
on BDL on YouTube.
YouTube. I'm gonna look for. Okay, I'll look for that family, and because I need to learn. I need to understand it because I hear you talk about blood contracts a lot.
That's what they use to ensnare us.
Mm. Here it is, right here. Let me see. I'm not gonna keep you up too much longer, Chief. It's getting late. B-Dale, this it?
That's the
This
channel. That's the
okay.
channel. It should be under the lives. It's the only one he got on there with me.
B-Dale,
I love his brother work. He be thorough.
Okay. Let me drop his information in the chat. About that family, I got a feeling this is gonna be fire. It's 50,000, 49,000 views. Blood contracts on the B-Dale show with Chief Rod Hayes. Let's see if I could put that in the chat. There was something somebody said.
If you want to see it, it's in the George Washington Masonic Memorial Museum. I think that's in Virginia.
Okay.
But it's the Constitution that's in the case there.
Chief, can anybody just change the Gulf from the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America like Trump just did?
Only when the tribes take over will the names change. We got to change the names of everything because everything was named by colonizers. So when we take back our power, part of that is new lines of demarcation. All your state lines are going to be changed. Sometimes 2 and 3 states going to be merged. But the layout is going to be different. Matter of fact, I'm about to send you something, Dr. Kia. This might help you understand. All of this stuff belongs to us.
Keep talking, Chief. I'm gonna look for it in 1 second.
Yeah, I'm looking for the map of where they was taking everything and renaming it, and so you're gonna go through phases. You're gonna have an interim term, and then in the interim is when you reorganize, and then you rename everything and reestablish government. Where is that dog?
Okay. Did you send it to me, T?
Well, I'm still looking for it.
Okay.
Might be in the wrong. I might not have it on this phone.
Family, if you are enjoying this and you'd like to send Chief a blessing, you can send him a cash app to $SIKAPE. That's $SIK8. And then somebody's one of the final questions is if you can address med beds.
That's going to be released at the World's Fair. I think it's going to be the Iowa World Fair.
In Iowa, yes.
And not only that, it's so much technology that's going to be released over the next couple of years, but the big dump, the first dump of technology is going to be at the World Fair. It's part of the year-long celebration.
Trump had court about our tribes questioning citizen and jurisdiction. Okay. Blowing me away, brother.
You remember when Trump was talking about buying Greenland?
Yes.
Greenland was already a part of us.
Remember
you talking about buying Canada?
Yes.
That's because Canada has the same QSIP number as America.
Oh. So it was always a part of this area.
Yeah. But in order for the crown to hold its control, they had to keep us from organizing clear across the land from furthest north to furthest south. Long as they kept us divided and bickering amongst each other, like, my tribe was here first. My tribe was here first. Yes. They don't give a damn who tribe was here first.
Oh.
The oldest tribe on the land is the old Mississippians. They call them Olmecs, Incas, Mayas, Aztecs. They all the same people.
Mm.
They lived all the way around what you call today the Gulf, but the Gulf wasn't always there. That's a crater from a meteor.
Wow. Okay.
They say it was a meteor. I think it was a bomb.
Mm.
All right.
You sent it
I
to
don't
me?
know how well it's going the image is, but you should be able to see it now. I just sent it to you, Dr. Kia.
Okay. Yes, sir. Let me get to it. Oh. Okay. I see it. Okay, hold on. This here? The new map just dropped. America. Ah. Comerica? Never heard of that.
That's what Canada at.
That's Canada. Okay. And then America. Gulf of America. Comerica, American Republic. Wow. America? Is that Brazil?
Yeah.
Okay. Because all this is a part of this whole.
That's the whole of Turtle Island that you're looking at.
Oh, American Ocean.
So when we ousted the colonizers, this is what they gave us back.
Wait, when we did what to the colonizers?
Ousted them.
Oh, so they already have been ousted.
Yeah, it was just cleaning up their little cronies is the cleanup.
Okay. Guatemala, Costa America. That's Costa Rica.
Mm-hmm.
Nica America, is that Nicaragua?
Yeah.
Get out. Jamaica.
Yeah, it was Jamaica.
Jamaica. What's
so all of this is the interim names of all of the territories before because the local people have to have a say in the name of their new country.
Oh.
So under the Republic, everything that's owned by America has to be tied back to America. Even the Atlantic Ocean becomes the American Ocean.
Wow. So now
I thought it was kind of cute because this is how Trump be doing stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
Like this how his mind works. We ain't gonna have Canada no more. It's gonna be Comerica. It ain't gonna be Jamaica. It's gonna be Jamaica. That's just how he is. He just, that's his idiosyncrasy.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So when you see something like that, you look at it and you be like, oh, that's some Trump shit here.
So what was America called before? I know people say it was Turtle Island. What was the land mass of the whole empire?
Well, the word America comes from Amaru, Inca.
Okay. Inca. Oh, okay.
They just anglicized the term and made it into one compound word, America. But it's Amur Inca.
Wow.
The Amur or Amaru is the people.
Okay.
And Inca is the land. When we sent people to the motherland, we sent the people afar.
Okay.
So the people of the afar became the Afar Inca. Right? The Afar tribe is originally American. They've been over in Africa so long that they know where they from. They're going to tell you they from the cradle. From the cradle of civilization. The cradle of civilization is the Fertile Crescent around the Gulf of Mexico. So you start at the Mississippi River in North America, you go west and south, and all the way down till you go back till you coming back east and you run into the Amazon basin. Right? When you get, that's the whole Fertile Crescent that men originate from. When they tell us the Out of Africa story, they're telling us history in reverse. We ain't from out of Africa. We went into Africa.
Okay.
When our people got to Africa, the ones who was already there was called Twa. You know them today as San and Pygmy.
Mm-hmm.
The big tribes, anybody over there that's over 5 feet tall is not from them original tribes.
Mm.
Those are what they call protectorate tribes. They were sent there to serve as protection for the little people, the ancient ones. Over here, our equivalent to the Twa and the San was absorbed by marriage into what we know as the Mississippian clans. So the old Mississippians ranged everywhere from 4 foot to 7 foot from that intermingling. So now you got a family, you got one brother that's 5'5" and another one that's 6'8", and they got the same mama and daddy.
Yeah.
Because it's in the DNA. Genetics don't lie.
No.
But they can lie on genetics with their fake DNA tests.
Like the what is it? 21-3andMe and those genetic tests?
Yeah. Well, you know the Henry Louis Gates. If you go watch him talking about Oprah declaring herself Zulu,
yes. Mm-hmm.
He tell you we making it up as we go along anyway. So make her Zulu.
Dang.
He telling you. And he's one of the foremost DNA specialists according to their systems. And he telling you they making it up as they go. Go on TikTok and say my dog or my lizard or my bird, right? DNA test results.
Okay.
Why your lizard is part Senegalese and part Anglo-Saxon and one part Chinese in America. Well, they're not testing no DNA. They're making that shit up. And then to say in the fine print, this is for entertainment purposes only. That's a disclaimer. Why is that disclaimer there? Because they got a narrative to uphold. In order to uphold the narrative, they got to be able to manipulate the results in order to prove their narrative. By it being for entertainment purposes only, it's under the same governing guidelines as a movie script or a book, a fictional book. I didn't write those documents, so they can't say Rod Hayes put that in there. I didn't put it in there. I just read it in there.
Yeah.
I told you them lying liars that lied about the lies they lied about signed their names to the lies that they lied about. Everything was told us upside down and backwards. As long as we don't know that, we can't never flip it around and make it look right. So you're going to either have to accept a known lie and deny a truth that you can't see. Or you're going to have to wake up. You don't got no other options.
What about, thank you. What about the some of those tests are owned by the Mormons, and I always wondered what their role was in any of these because they have the word more in their name. They own some of these ancestry type of things. Is there a connection?
It might be, but I know this. In the Book of Mormon, they tell you about the tribe of Zephaniah as the cursed, dark-skinned people. Talk about the dirty Moors. Then Bobby Hemmett said they've been here since the beginning. That means they got to look like us. Paleface wasn't here in the beginning. Paleface was on the genome, but it hadn't been enough births for them to manifest yet for a couple thousand years, a couple 100,000 years, probably a couple million years. Right. So not until the genetic manipulations in the laboratory do you start seeing large groups of them appear as albinos.
Wow. So the different groups of people or ethnicities or races, did they all come from the autogenous people, or they come from different beings and from different star systems? Do we know that yet?
This is what we do know. We do know that the original mothers of the earth has every ethnicity of the earth in her genome.
Okay.
We also know that the 12 daughters of Isis represent the 12 major groups of families that have different skin colors and hair textures. Right? Now, when other people start coming, they have to take on human form. The only way you can take on human form is your spirit has to inhabit a human body.
Right.
Right. All of the mythical creatures, it's not that they don't exist, but they got on human suits right now. But if you look at people close enough, you can see them beautiful fairies, the water sprites, the fire sprites, the gnomes of the earth.
Yeah.
Right. All of them, you can see it in their face and in their body structure, but you don't know what you're looking at. You just think you're looking at the diversification of the human genome, which is true. But the energy signature of the spirit determines which traits is going to turn up the most in the DNA. Because it has to be compatible with the physiology or the phenotype, and the genotype have to be compatible. If somebody not human, you can't have a baby with them without external forces manipulating the genetics in the laboratory. Okay. Just like a lion and a dog can't have babies together, but they both mammals. Right? You never see gorillas mating with chimpanzees, but they both primates.
Okay.
You got genetic code barriers that's in place to stop that from happening.
Okay. But we can mate with each other no matter what.
As long as you're human.
As long as you're human. Okay.
As long as you're human. You can pseudo mate with something, but you ain't gonna make no baby. They call it bestiality. I didn't heard of a whole lot of ladies sleeping with donkeys, but I ain't never heard now one of them getting pregnant from one.
That's gross.
Amongst other things that they do.
Yeah. So we've been talking about the systematic takedown of the deep state and those powers that had enslaved humanity, and how we are in transition between that corporation being defunct and the republic, and then turned all over to the autogenous peoples on the land. Jeffrey Short wants to know, well, what is the military's role in all of this?
They the overseers. You got to read the FEMA document for continuity of government, but make sure you see the face of the document. The face of the document tell you who all involved. What we call the book cover. You can pull it up. FEMA continuity of government. Go to images and you'll see the document.
Images.
We at the end part of the reconstitution of government.
Okay, I'm here. And let's see. This is what I see here on the images. Should I go to this first one or just
I think it's the second one right there. We look like the state building on it.
Yes.
Yeah, that one. Click that one. I think that's it.
Guide to the Constitution.
Now at the bottom of it, you see what that line say?
For state, local, tribal, and territorial governments.
We done went through this whole book and ain't but a few people read it. We done followed all of the steps in the continuity of government in this book. And now we at the part now where the transition is almost complete.
Wow.
I didn't write it. I'm just telling you where the information at.
Yeah, I think I need to read that book. I didn't even know it existed. Marquis wanted to know, are Hollywood stars human?
Not all of them. And the ones that are, half of them is inverts.
Ooh-wee. Transformers, like.
Yep. But Kim Kardashian not human. She the queen of the damned. She come from a mirrorverse.
Hmm.
Her and Harvey
I know
Weinstein the same thing. Her rank just higher than he is. That's why she look more female than he do.
Wow. Queen of the Damned? She's from another parallel universe or something? Wow. So how did she mate with Kanye?
Them test
you never
tube
know.
babies.
Okay. Okay.
Them all surrogates. She ain't carried no baby.
Okay.
She can't carry no human baby. Unless she can carry it, but they have to artificially inseminate her. Like a
I see.
seahorse.
And it seems like they used her, all her sisters loved, our men. And that seemed like they wanted to, I don't know what that agenda was there. They wanted to somehow put something in the universe. So they all made it with our men, and they seem to have
It's
had.
a whole coven.
Okay.
It's a whole coven. The old lady is the ringleader. She's the one giving instructions, but the queen of the damned and the heir apparent is Kim.
Okay.
Now, I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't with no broken. What can you say? When he get old, he'll ask for a white girl. He was telling you he finna dive on the bear.
He finna do what?
Dive on the bear. Somebody got to hold the bear till we slay it.
Okay.
Aaliyah had to expose her. That's why she had to get out of Dodge. When she exposed her in that movie Queen of the Damned.
I didn't see the movie, but I might need to.
I'm gonna show you something. You know I like doing the receipts.
You love the receipts. The receipt king is in the house. Chief Rod. Hey, Chief Pontiac. Queen of the Damned. I noticed that she had done the Brazilian butt lift and all these different augments to her body. And then our women started mimicking that. And then she took them out like just recently. And I'm like, now what does that mean for all the women who went and followed her and some of the other women in Hollywood?
Okay, this is one of the pictures she did in the Queen of the Damned.
I remember seeing that picture. Yes, right. Yes.
It's another one though. Watch this.
This is Aaliyah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, he went away.
Okay, when you look at these.
Yes.
This Aaliyah.
Okay.
And that's Kim.
Oh.
Okay, hold on, because we ain't done yet.
Oh, who is that?
That's Kim. Ooh, this the character, Queen of the Damned, that Aaliyah is playing.
Okay.
Oh. But the one that tell it all is the red carpet picture. I think they didn't scrub the internet.
Oh, they do that very, very often. They say you cooking, Chief. And we like to pay our compliments to the chef family. So if you want to pay your compliments to the chef monetarily, Please kindly send them a Cash App blessing. And I'm sure you all have been anyway, and we greatly appreciate you. His Cash App is $SIKAPE. That's $SIK8. And I also want to thank you all so much that have been blessing me while this live is going on. I really appreciate you, and pray that the Most High return it to you 100-fold. Thank you so much. Let's see. Oh, yeah, they say you got the receipts and you are amazing. Thank you for saying that. Sarah saying you're amazing, Chief.
I appreciate that. They ain't doing them trying to make me blush. I'm trying to act like I don't hear it.
And Love Being Nubian, who's our moderator, our chat moderating, and said he sure is cooking and always on fire.
This is a picture of Kim Kardashian. I can't find it right now, but she got on a gold dress. It's the same one that Aaliyah was wearing in the Queen of the Dam, but she on the red carpet.
And
it looked like they scrubbed it.
Judah Allen saying a lot of these women are chicks with a stick.
That's why I told you them old flipper rules.
Q Ashanti says, Rod Hayes, I love you, and Dr. Kia Pruitt. Thank you. Oh, and I don't see, now I don't know about, I think some of the presidents are inverted. I think a lot of politicians are. A lot of people in Congress, you look at them, one day they're playing a female role, and another day they're playing a male role, and people don't know it's the same person. But
okay. Look, Trump got about 5 lookalikes. I done seen at least 5 different Trumps. I seen him come out one day, he was short and dumpy. I seen him the next day, he was tall and slim. Right? Yes. Now, the reason they do that is to thwart an assassin. Right? I also know JFK had several doubles, lookalikes. Right? Yes. And a lot of people believe in the intelligence community that he's the one controlling the white hats behind the scene, telling them who it was, all of the conspirators to round up and where to look for the information, and that he's real instrumental in bringing down the deep state. But I don't know if that's true. I have been able to find him standing in the White House with his lookalike, though. The only difference is they like a couple of inches in height difference.
Absolutely. And, you have some people saying that there are 2 Trumps. You remember that Dick Gregory said that.
Yeah.
And who else said that? Ben Carson said that as well. One with the red tie, one with the blue tie. Oh, Judah Allen or Chief Mack says JFK became Jimmy Carter. Huh. Which you mean the senior? Interesting.
I know Jimmy Carter died at least 3 times.
He sure did.
I just want to know, can we resurrect George and kill him a couple more times? Because he needs more than one death.
Jeffrey Short said the real Trump is in Cheyenne Mountain.
That's a strong probability.
Strong probability. And you can say real in quotation marks. So there are several people that said that one of the Trumps died in 1989, whether it was the real one or not. People go back and forth about that. But the Trump that we know as the president is hidden out, according to Jeffrey, in Cheyenne Mountain. And then Chief Mack is saying that Elvis Presley became Donald Trump. They also says that there's a pastor that is supposedly Elvis Presley. Can't think.
Elvis Presley been working as the groundskeeper of Graceland for 45 years. Well, however many they say he been dead. He growed a beard, got old working as the groundskeeper.
That was smart. Well, he just wanted to go off the scene?
He had an assassination plot.
Oh.
They found out he was passing. And they say too many of these little snow faces love him. If they find out that he's a Negro, that might cause the whole...
He looked like a Negro when you think about it. He's dark.
His mama was an octoroon.
Oh, okay.
She was a real big mama. She just was a light one. Okay. a lot of them people that was winning awards, they wasn't winning awards for the movies they made. They was winning awards for successfully passing without nobody having a clue.
Ooh-wee.
That's why the Oscar looked like Ty. But Oscar was the first person to put the structure of movies together.
Okay.
The guy Jim Morrison from The Doors, he was the curator of the Doors museum in Montana somewhere. He was the curator because they said that he tell people they hired him because he looked just like Jim Morrison from the Doors. But that was him the whole time. But it was an easy and convenient cover story. I want to look alike. I look like him, so they tried to put me as the curator. So now I'm here curating this. Come on, man. Then they told the story in Eddie and the Cruisers. Eddie and the Cruisers is what Tupac used as his template.
People want to know, what about Tupac? Who is he? What is he? Somebody just asked.
Tupac is he inherited the war, Tupac Amaru.
Okay.
He after the Vegas incident, he went to Arizona and stayed on a reservation of natives. They was dirt poor when he got there, but they ain't dirt poor no more. That's why DMX kept trying to get to Arizona. You don't remember that, do you? They kept locking him up for going to Arizona. Remember when he had the police acting like he was the police? He had the police car. He had bought a police car. He was acting like he was the police. Pulled the guy over like he was the police.
Dang.
What did he say, though? He said, they making it up anyway. Why I can't make it up?
Why?
Right? Then they asked him, he was locked up in, he got an interview in jail in Arizona. And they asked him why he keep trying to come to Arizona. He said, this God's country. I came to see God.
I remember that.
They don't know he talking about Tupac. It's an open secret in the hip hop community that all of the rappers call Tupac the God. But we only think if it's only one God MC, Rakim. To us, it's only one God MC, Rakim the GOAT. But Tupac is the goddamn closest to him. He the prophet. If he ain't the God, he the prophet. But Tupac, the rappers call him that. That's a inside hip hop community thing. Tupac, they call him the God, but they don't call him that in public.
Okay,
right? That's because he's a chief. All of the chiefs is classified as a God. Yep, Liz Taylor was passing. Marilyn Monroe was passing. Jane Mansfield got beheaded because they found out who she was, that she was passing. That wasn't no car accident. That was an assassination.
Can you speak on Marilyn Monroe? Who is she? There's something peculiar about her. Do you know anything about her?
Yeah, she was exposed to a lot of insider information. And that's what made them put the contract on her.
Okay.
And John left her some stuff that they never recovered. I don't think she did for real, though, because I can't find her on the other side.
Okay. She was really the lover of John? She was his mistress? Okay.
She was mistress to a whole bunch of people.
What? Okay. At the same time, or?
I don't know if they was all at the same time, but I know She was Bobby mistress at one time, right?
Yes.
But she couldn't get along with John because he kept banging Sam Giancano's wife, which was causing conflicts in the mafia circles.
Okay.
Right. And then Sam Giancano was also known to have an affair with Marilyn Monroe. And he was the mobster out of Chicago.
Okay. She had such great sex appeal that, people still study her today. There was just something that, I don't know if she was raised that way, trained that way, but it's really different. The feminine
that's
energy.
Yeah. So she was studying under a yoni priest or a geisha.
Ah, a geisha. Oh, okay. Okay.
Because she couldn't sing a lick singing happy birthday to the president. But she sure made it sound seductive.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. And in all honesty, like what I found from talking to men and listening to men is they really appreciate femininity. They really appreciate that what we call seduction, that air about a feminine, soft woman that's, moves gracefully, kind of sings with her body. Men seem to love that. So I can see why they were enchanted by Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah. And that they have found Jane Mansfield was supposed to replace her.
Oh, okay.
Right. But they found out she was passing too. So they went on and slammed the car into the back of a truck and decapitated her.
Why would they have a problem with their passing? I don't.
It's not that they got a problem with them passing. They don't want nobody to know.
Oh.
If your history spill out, you got to remember, COINTELPRO was written by a nigga passing. J. Edgar Hoover.
Wow.
Your President Warren Harding was passing. They even tried to call him on it in his campaign. He sidestepped it like a true politician. There was a whole lot of jumping back and forth across the fence before I was born. I ain't no sure what side my mama landed on, but here I am today to serve my American people. His sister was darker than you. They hid her through his whole campaign.
Why is it that they don't want people to know who the true American is or the original American? That blows my mind. Like
they can't steal your birthright. You got to surrender it or abandon it. They trying to control the narrative that make us surrender or abandon our birthright to the land. They can't do that because I'm here.
Okay.
In the immortal words of Heavy D, Heavy's at the door, so there'll be no bum rushing. You ain't getting past me on that BS.
Is Diana still alive to your knowledge?
Oh, absolutely. I hadn't seen her on TV.
Okay.
Yeah. So what happened with her is that you had two warring factions of intelligence agents, MI5 and MI6. One of them was assigned to protect her. The other one was assigned to get rid of her.
Okay.
And the ones that came to get rid of her, they put her in the car and they switched the cars out before they ever even knew. So when they ran the car off the road, she wasn't in there. She wasn't in that car. They had already switched her out of the vehicle, so they end up trailing the wrong vehicle.
Dang.
The plane crash, they say John died in. Wasn't nobody on that plane. Everybody jumped out with parachutes. They was extracted out of the water by naval intelligence. And Trump knew about it before, during, and after, and he wasn't even sure if he was going to be in the presidential race at the time. But the reason he had to get out of the picture is because George Magazine exposed too many secrets. There's codes all over the cover of every George magazine cover.
Yeah.
Every article is strategically placed. The magazine was a straight up exposure of secret intelligence that we ain't supposed to be privy to. But he kept it coded, but he told it. All this stuff, it's like they just want to keep us confused while they run rampant across us and do what they want to do. And we done with that.
We are done. Absolutely. Sarah says, Chief Rod, you are seriously funny, unlike so many so-called comedians.
It took me a long time to develop a sense of humor, because from the time I was a shorty till I was in my 20s, I was extra serious.
Yeah. Because you're about a lot of business. When you got to take care of business, sometimes you don't know what there is to joke about. I think that's one of my flaws. They say, what are your flaws? Can you name 3 flaws? I think one of my flaws is that I have a tendency to be too serious. People tell me sometimes, lighten up.
Look, this is what I did. I had like 3 different old guys. They old. One was a wino, one worked behind the bar, and the other one was just some dude I met on the train. But they all said the same thing to me, slightly different wording, but it was pretty much this. Okay. Why you so serious, youngster? You ain't got to be that serious all the time. You know what you need to do? You need to go home and watch Comedy Central till you get a sense of humor. I watch Comedy Central, Uptown Comedy Club, all of it. Def Comedy Jam. I stayed in the comedy arena until I developed the timing of humor. Because like people be cracking jokes. That shit don't be funny to me. You got too much serious stuff going on. Cracking a joke for. But if you take everything so serious, you will wear yourself out without even trying to.
That's so true. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, Saint Remy says, hey, Auntie. Hey, darling. Why do they call Beyonce the Queen Bee? That was Marquitas's question.
Because her first initial is B. And she got the blood for the land. She ain't the only one, though. Right? So hers is called the Bay Hive. Drop the hive and tell me what you hear.
She also got the name Bay, as in isn't that a Moorish title?
That's why I say if you drop the hive off Bay Hive, what do you got left?
Oh, okay.
See, remember, in the secret society, it's called the War of the Bays and the L's. Bays versus the L's.
Okay.
But in the public, they are the same thing. Right? But the Bays are the chiefs from the land, and they have to bump the L's for affairs by erudition and information. Then you become a Bay L. If you come up a L and you knock the Bay for his fares, you become an L Bay. Right? The goal is to get it to where somebody is one or the other, but they can see the separation in the two. The easiest way to figure it out is ask, where's the flag of the Bays?
Wow. Somebody want to know who was Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
That's John's brother. So they put the hit on him because he declared war against La Cosa Nostra, La Familia. He went against the family. His father made deals. His brother sicked him on the allies that turned them into enemies. Remember, he was the attorney general, the highest prosecutor on the land.
Yes.
He was going after all of the dirty players, no matter if they was family, friend, or foe. Right? No big eyes, no little U's. You get the dirty dealers out the game and you can play a game straight up. They just didn't know how deep the swamp was.
Right. Earlier, you were talking about comedians, and somebody said that they missed.
Oh, he said
Bernie.
Robert Kennedy Jr.
Oh, Junior. Yeah, sorry. Let me get back to that.
Yeah,
He said Junior. Robert Kennedy Jr.
yeah. So Robert Kennedy have a gripe with the medical establishment for some stuff they did to his family. Yep, B is also the number 13 Queen Mother seal. The Queen Mother is the mother of the king.
Okay. Oh, the mother of the king. Okay. Bernie Mac. Somebody Enchanted Healer said they unalive Bernie Mac, the comedian.
That speak for itself.
Sure does. There was a gentleman, I can't think of his name, but he had a YouTube channel, and he came on YouTube once and he said that he was a survivor of ritualistic abuse. And he said Bernie Mac was unalive because he tried to stop it. He actually saw it happen and he tried to help people and he tried to stop it. So they had to get rid of him.
You remember the dude that used to play Freddie Boom Boom Washington on Welcome Back, Kotter? He played the father on the family special, on the Jackson family special.
Yes.
Telling the story of the Jackson. He was blackballed because he spoke up out against it in they circles. So he couldn't even get an acting gig. That's why Michael Jackson picked him to play Joe Jackson in that VH1 special.
Okay.
Right, because he wanted them to know that they was fighting against this Hollywood pedophile cult. And most people don't know what happened to the, I forgot what his real name is.
Freddie.
But the character, yep, there you go.
His name is Lawrence Hilton Jacobs.
Yep. He got blackballed for a number of years for going against the pedophile cult.
Okay.
So he just dropped out of sight. He don't come back up into that Jackson VH1 special. You know who Henry Winkler is?
Yes, Fonzie.
Yeah.
The Fonz. Yeah.
He almost lost his career trying to protect that girl from Poltergeist.
Oh, Drew Barrymore?
She was from Firestarter.
No, that's not her.
The girl from Poltergeist, they call her Carol Ann in the movie.
Okay.
And the lady that you ain't never heard from since Happy Days that played Pinky Tuscadero.
Yes.
Both of them was trying to save that little girl, and he almost lost his career. She lost hers.
I cannot think of that little girl's name. I see her right here. Let me show you. Here she is. Right here. Little cute little girl.
Yep. They did that girl so bad. If I'd have been grown like I am now, I knew what they was doing to her, I'd have caught a flight to LA. And I'd have did some John Wick to LA. They did that little girl bad.
I was talking to David Quigley, also known as John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., and he was telling me, here's Henry Winkler. Hold on 1 minute. This is Henry Winkler as an old man. But he looked like he was Italian, or maybe he could pass. He was kind of an olive complexion, and he had dark hair in his younger days.
What was that girl name? Did you see her name?
Let me get back to her. I didn't see her name. What is her name? Poltergeist. That's her. Let me see if I can show character's name. What is this? Star of Prayer? Poltergeist. But JFK was telling me that a lot of stuff you see in the movies is real. He was saying how he remember being in Hollywood, because even in Secret Service and in government circles or whatever, they put all the children through all this MK Ultra mind control, and they make you actors. And he said one time he was captured, beat up, something put over his head, thrown into a truck, and taken to a set. He didn't know where he was, put into a tub. And when they took the thing off his head, he was getting beat up by Denzel Washington. And he didn't know what was happening, but it was a movie scene. He's like, stuff like that happens all the time where kids you think it's just a movie. You think it's just a show, but people are really getting beat up and traumatized in front of the camera for our entertainment. That made me sick.
You see her name?
Carol Ann was her name there, right?
Yeah, that's the character.
Okay. What was her real name? What happened to the cast of Poltergeist? Why won't they show me her name? I'm looking it up. Let's see Carol Ann's real name. From Poltergeist. Real name. Okay. Somebody said, wow, are y'all still on? Heather O'Rourke. Chief. Her name is Heather O'Rourke.
This is when he was fighting for.
Let me see. That's the Fonz. That's Henry Winkler.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh my God.
It's another picture with the girl that played Pinky that they got with her. But she had came to do an episode with them.
Oh, she died at age 12. Wow.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get this off of here, please. Oh, she was on the show? Okay.
Yeah, season 10.
So, you know what go ahead. No.
They was like passing her around like she was a grown ass woman. He did not like that at all. And it was his managers that told him he was going to lose his career and then nothing he could do to help that little girl. And he said, somebody got to say something. And then they told him, you say something, not only will you lose your career, you might lose your life.
Jeez.
But the lady that played Pinky wouldn't shut up. She never worked. I don't know nothing else she did after Happy Days.
That story reminds me of another little girl. Let's see if I can show you who it is. This one right here. Remember this one right here? John Bonet.
Oh, yeah. You know, John Podesta was at that party. John and his brother and Ghislaine Maxwell, they was all at that party. That's a sad story right there because her mother was told that if she told on them, that they would do the rest of her kids worse.
And this is John Bonet Ramsey. Okay. So the mother, what was she going to do? Dang.
They sat down and held her at gunpoint and made her write that letter.
And they say her husband was involved.
He was under the same threat she was. He couldn't do nothing.
Okay.
He had no juice. See, you gotta remember, these trafficked children is generational. John Bonet mama was trafficked. Right. And that's how she knew they wasn't playing when they told her they told her what they was going to do to the rest of their club, to the rest of her children.
Sorry about that. The same thing happened to Shirley Temple. Somebody was saying Little Rascal Shirley Temple and Dennis the Menace.
Shirley Temple was molested, but not as bad as those other two you just seen.
This is sick. This whole kidnapping and molesting of children it's disgusting. I wonder if those people are human. Some of them surely can't be. That's doing these things to these babies. Sonia says, "Go ahead, Uncle Rod. Thank you for focusing on the mission." And they've been saying the mission is to save the children.
So that's all it's about. You can't secure 7 generations if you don't stop what's being done to the children immediately.
Absolutely.
You got to know who your allies is. Why you see all those children with Mike is they coming to him for help.
Mm.
They listen to them old people talking to keep them away from Mike because he'll tell them how to block us. You know, they didn't want Mike telling the children how to protect themselves from the adults. Because it's certain, like, they don't want problems.
Mm.
Right? Like, Chris Brown was trafficked. That ain't his mama. That's his handler.
Mm. Wow.
But Rihanna got him out.
Then they lied and said he beat her up.
That wasn't no lie. He beat her up. That's how she got him out.
Whoa. Wait. Say it again.
That's how she got him out. If you a problem, they don't want people that's a problem. Okay, now you know a domestic abuser does not change his strike.
Right.
Who has he abused since then?
I don't know.
I'll wait. I got a couple years to wait. I'll wait.
I don't know of anybody that he abused.
They had to turn him into a problem to get him from under their yoke. Strategy.
I see.
If he not a problem, we don't have Chris Brown no more. We got Christina Brown. But when he become a problem, they distance themselves from people that they consider the problem. That's what kept Tupac safe as long as it did. My big mouth. He'll tell you. A lot of those child stars did bad. Especially the further you go back, the worse they was doing them. And the first one to ever have a strong shield of protection around him was one of the earliest child stars known as Sammy Davis.
Oh, yeah, I remember Sammy Davis Jr.
Most people don't know he started off as a 4-year-old tap dancer with his daddy.
No. No.
He was Michael Jackson before Michael Jackson was Michael Jackson. Before Little Stevie Wonder was Little Stevie Wonder. He was the first child megastar. He didn't start with Candyman. He was the decline of his career when Candyman came out. Who can take the sunrise, dip it in the stream? Candyman can, the Candyman can. That was the twilight of his career. It was past his prime. He had lit the scene up for 20 years, 30 years before that. And then when he started getting extorted by the Black Hand, he ran the Frankie Boy, and they had Mafioso La Cosa Nostra protect him. Now remember, he supposed to have been a black Jew.
I remember him saying that. That was his thing. Always.
That was because he needed to expose the black Jews.
Sammy Davis Jr.
Look, put childhood behind his name, performer.
Okay. Sammy.
You can show you pictures of him when he was a baby.
Okay.
You can see tap dancing videos of him on YouTube.
I remember my mama watching him. He was really popular.
Look, he tell you he don't trust them niggas because they killed Malcolm.
Wow.
He flat out said it. It was niggas that killed Malcolm. Them was some niggas.
Very, very cute child. Wow. Oh, he sang too? I know he tap danced.
He do it all. He like my man from UTFO. I could sing, rap, dance in just one show because can't go. I'm so sophisticated. As far as I know, ain't nobody greater.
Now, what about, since we're on this thing, what about Little Richard? Because I remember one time Little Richard saying, they stole my shine and they won't give me any credit. I was before a lot of these people and nobody wants to give me credit. You know anything about Little Richard?
His name was Chief Screaming Hawk.
Okay.
Let that sink in for a minute.
Chief Screaming Hawk.
Been known as Chief Screaming Hawk since he was about 7 years old, 6 years old, somewhere up in there.
What?
Now, who used that kind of name?
Only us, an indigenous person, right?
Most of those entertainers was chiefs, but because of the strange fruit phenomenon, they didn't feel like dangling from trees. So they coded their music and their movies with codes to talk to each other in the open without nobody knowing. It's called wind talking.
Mm. Mm. So was it true that he was a precursor? Or he was one of the ones, the first ones, that they just wouldn't give accolades to? He would say it often.
He was one of the founders of rock and roll.
Okay.
It was him, Chuck Berry. It was Chuck Berry, Little Richard, and Fats Domino was the founders of what we call rock and roll.
Hmm.
When he's screaming about not being given his just due, because they don't ever associate him with rock and roll.
Okay. Little Richard. I remember him. Okay. Oh, Patty Duke. I guess Patty Duke must have been a victim. Is that what y'all saying? Hmm. Somebody asked, why did Cat Williams say that MJ was a pedo? He did say that, messing with children. I don't know why he said that.
Yeah, that was all part of probably one of his comedy skit, because Mike was protecting them babies. That's why they kept trying to accuse him of that. Right? You notice none of the charges stuck. Read his FBI file. That'll help you better than anything else. Read Michael Jackson FBI file. It's open to the public, Freedom of Information Act. You can read it. He was being extorted by the JDL, just like the file for Tupac, Biggie, all of the biggest entertainers was being extorted by the same ones.
Sister Inez wanted to know, what about the Planet of the Apes? People said the apes was about us, so-called blacks.
It's about me.
I was just about to say, you the ape. Okay. Can you expound, Chief?
I'm King Kong. The story, okay, so you got to go back to the origin of the stories.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
The origin of the Planet of the Apes story do not come from the Planet of the Apes fictional writings. It comes from the Anunnaki tablets. The tablets of Sumer. When they said that they found the primordial primate of the land, of the earth, and infused it with Anunnaki DNA. Now the animals can speak.
Okay.
They won't use telepathy now. They'll verbalize.
And so how is this about you?
The whole leadership of the Planet of the Apes ties to tribal totems. They wanted us to, the same way the term Nagas became nigger and derogatory, and they told us it was Spanish for negro, which means black, or which actually means dead because it comes from Greek, not Latin. And it's necro in Greek. It's negro in Latin.
Oh, yeah.
Necro means dead.
Oh, no.
Right. So the totem system, my actual totem animal is the gorilla, the king of the gorillas, the king of the apes. The other lesser apes are still my totems. The chimpanzee, the simians, they're still my totem. The innate character that develops in the individual who is following his totem system becomes his defining traits as an adult once he take on his own personality. And as a totem animal, firstborn of the earthborn, parthogenic son of the great mother, right? First incarnation gives me the totem animal of the primate. The primate is a code. The prime mate is the best male for the women to choose from.
Ah.
Right.
Okay.
So the father symbol is the gorilla. The mother symbol is the bear. In tribal totems, equal but opposite, balancing out the energy. The mama bear is twice as ferocious fighting a full-grown male bear about her babies. She can't whoop him if she ain't got no babies. But if she got some babies, she'll run his big ass all the way off the cliff, trying to get away from her ferocity. Right? Because she's activating 2 laws of nature instead of 1. Right? Self-preservation, preservation of one species and one kind. First law, second law. He's only operating out of 1, self-preservation. So she gonna make sure that he realized mama knows best when it comes to these babies, because you can't eat them. Because that's all he's trying to do is eat them. But we feed our babies to the beast. Ooh. Somebody got to stand up.
Ooh. You said we feed our babies to the beast.
We send them to school, right?
Yes, we do.
Do we know what the word school means?
No.
School is the English rendition of a Yiddish word. The Yiddish word is shul, S-H-O-O-L. And the Yiddish word comes from the Hebrew sheol, S-H-E-O-L.
Okay.
Sheol translated into English as hell.
Oh my God. Wow.
So if we ain't feeding our babies to the beast, I don't know what we doing.
I can hear people saying, all right, but we got to work.
The reason why you got to work is so that you have to be forced to send your babies to school. And your husbands and your fathers to prison. They got a place for all of us.
School was invented by the Rothschilds and Rockefellers, Tim Q says.
Now, the school wasn't invented by him. It was implemented by them. It's a difference.
Okay.
The modern education curriculum was to create a community of workers. They didn't want entrepreneurs. They didn't want free thinkers. They didn't want people that think outside the box, what they call abstract thinkers. So to socially condition them all, they used two key psychiatrists work, psychiatrists. They used the Skinner box to put you in the classroom. Dr. Neely Fuller called it the 4 walls method, closing in the mind. And then the second thing they use is called Pavlovian response system.
Remember that.
The bell. Because you're going to have a whistle or a bell at work, so you need a whistle or a bell at school to condition you for 12 years to listen to the bell. So when you get to work and you don't feel like coming in immediately when the lunch break over, you panic and immediately comply because you heard the bell. You've been conditioned. Feed our babies to the beast, never feel remorse. Obstacles in my past alter my course, but I'm gonna put it down, even using force. Got the spirits of the ancestors from a harsh past, saying never give in, nigga, never kiss ass.
Who sung that?
Me.
Oh. Somebody says we are living in hell, Babylon.
It's only hell until the women get the earth back, because it was heaven before it was hell. When they took the word from the women, they turned heaven into hell. Remember, the war in heaven landed on earth.
Yes.
They had no concept of a hell until the war landed here. So now you have to adjust for it in the psyche to explain to the people why everybody's suffering for no good reason, because everybody's supposed to have a place to be, a plate to eat, and covering over their back. Food, clothing, shelter. In the revolutionary world, we say beans and bullets. Beans and bullets, beans and bullets. What that mean? Feed the people, protect the people.
Mm.
Use the beans to feed the people, the bullets to protect the people.
Mm.
Women are more than just wives. Every woman ain't supposed to be a wife, and they still trying to make that normalized. Just like every man ain't supposed to be a husband.
Okay.
First of all, you calling yourself a husband and you ain't got no farm, you lying to yourself.
Mm.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, look up the art and science of husbandry, and it's going to tell you how to run a farm. So if you don't got no farm and you think you a husband, nope, you just a man filling the position that a husband belong in.
Mm. Mm. So if every woman's not supposed to be a wife, that's a sister said or was alluding to. Thank you. What are some of the other roles for these people that aren't married, wives or women?
It's so much stuff a woman can do that don't require her to have to be glued to tethered to the house. Mm-hmm. Most of the wives are tethered to the house.
Yeah.
But you got nomads. You got the ones that go and learn different tribal traditions. They don't ever have time to get married because they on the go so much. Mm. Right? Then you have the ones that's priestesses that's doing priestly duties, and sometimes the men get in the way. Mm. He don't want you having company on Saturday night. That's his night. But that's the ascribed night for you to do your woman's rituals. Mm-hmm. Stuff like that. Conflicts that emerge that don't even need to be there. Mm. This is because they teach us how to be selfish, greedy, entitled, self-centered, and victims. The victim role is the enforcement of the rest of them. Because you're supposed to have been born wealthy, but you don't know where your money at. Right. Your subconscious keep telling you this ain't my life. This ain't how I'm supposed to live, but you won't listen to that. Mm-hmm. So you try to fit in and keep up with the Joneses. Mm. And that's how you get stuck on the Jones plantation. You see that that clip, Jones plantation?
No, I didn't.
Go to YouTube, type in Jones plantation. Okay. This one gonna carry us out the door, Dr. Key. We're gonna let that play and then mic drop after that. I'm gonna show you which one it is.
Okay.
This is how they tricked us on the family farm became the plantation, and only thing that's missing is the structure. Right. So you can remember Django when you listening, and the guy that's sitting back watching the smooth talking handler read that one right there, the black and white.
Okay. You want me? I can wait till you finish talking. You want me, or do you want me to click?
So in Django, remember the pale face come out like he was running things.
Okay.
But the one that's really running the show talking about who that nigga on that neck? Who that nigga on that neck? Mm-hmm. Right? Because this is out of context to his rulership. Mm. He was the one who married Big Mama and poisoned her. Then he hired these pale faces in order to get the family to work for him when they refused. Mm. That's why we didn't like the house nigga. Because the only time he associated with us is when his hired hands took over the house. And we ain't talking about butlers and maids. We talking about pale faces in suits that realize that, wait a minute, all them kids out there don't know this nigga's the one who running the show. Oh, we finna take this nigga power. Mm. Let it play. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay. Thank you for dropping all these jewels. All right, this is the one you said. Is this it?
It was that black and white one that you seen.
That was this is the it says Jones Plantation. It just has
Yep, that's it.
And many slaves One day he was talking to the owner of the plantation next to his, and Mr. Jones was lamenting the fact that times were tough. He was having to work his slaves harder than ever and was having trouble with some of them being disobedient or trying to run away. The other plantation owner said he knew someone who could help.
Day 1.
One day, Mr. Jones called his slaves together so a man named Mr. Smith could talk to them. Before beginning, Mr. Smith whispered to Mr. Jones, "Whatever I say, do not contradict me or interfere, and I promise you your slave troubles will end." "My name is Mr. Smith," he said to the slaves, "and this may be the happiest day of your lives. From today forward, you will no longer be slaves, but free men." Mr. Jones was so shocked he started to step forward, but Mr. Smith gestured for him to remain silent. He did, only because the other plantation owner had spoken so highly of Mr. Smith's skills. "You are no longer the property of Mr. Jones," Mr. Smith continued. "You are free. No more would you be forced to labor for the benefit of Mr. Jones. Now you can work for yourselves." Now the slaves were all murmuring and looking at each other. Many were smiling, many were looking puzzled. "In fact, you are now free to leave the plantation whenever you want," Mr. Smith said. "However, since we are surrounded by other plantations, if you leave, some other plantation owner will likely claim you as his own the moment you set foot on his property. So I urge you not to risk your newfound freedom by doing something so foolish. Instead, I suggest that you stay here, no longer as slaves, but as willing participants and part owners of this plantation. Yes, this is now your plantation." Mr. Jones bit his tongue to keep from objecting. "For now, we might as well leave Mr. Jones in charge," said Mr. Smith, "since he is the only one with any experience at running a plantation, which is quite a complicated thing to manage. But he will no longer be your master, but just another worker on the plantation. In fact, he will now be using his organizational and management skills to serve you. Whatever problems you may have had with him before, you are now all equals, and you need each other to make this work. If we all cooperate and work together, we can all reap the benefits together. In honor of this happy occasion, I present you this new symbol of togetherness and cooperation, this flag, which shall be the emblem of the new free Jones plantation." He held up the new flag, but most of those listening were still too amazed to respond. "And this shall be our motto," Mr. Smith announced. "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all. To celebrate, everyone has the rest of the day off. Enjoy your freedom, do as you please, and be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, so that we may begin work on this great and noble new endeavor as equal free men." Finding convinced that Mr. Smith was serious, the former slaves applauded and cheered.
Day 2.
"We all want this plantation to do well," Mr. Smith said at the beginning of the next meeting, "so we can all share in the benefits. We all know that it takes a lot of effort to make a cotton plantation work. Just because you're all free doesn't mean you can stop working. In fact, since you're now working for yourselves, I expect you to work even harder than ever before, but now with pride and joy, knowing that you're working for yourselves. Of course, there still have to be rules. If everyone just does whatever he wants, the plantation won't produce anything. This experiment will fail and we'll all starve. You should be thankful that Mr. Jones has agreed to stay on to lend his knowledge and skills to this endeavor, and I trust you will all do your own part to make this work. Several of you have been chosen to act as project supervisors to manage different aspects of the operation, to make sure everyone is doing his assigned job, to make sure that the rules are followed, and so on. The rest of you may head out to the fields to start your first day of work as free men."
Day 3.
The next morning, Mr. Smith had a grim expression on his face as the daily meeting began. "I have an unpleasant duty to do today," he said. "Yesterday, Charles was caught keeping some of the cotton he picked, presumably to sell for his own personal profit. That is against the rules. That is stealing. For that, Charles must be punished." Two men tied Charles to the whipping post. "I take no joy in this," Mr. Smith continued, "but you must understand, if we do not maintain order, if we do not have rules that we all abide by, then the plantation will fail and we will all suffer." The whip cracked against Charles' back. "But if we all pitch in for the common good, then we can all prosper. Being free doesn't mean you should be selfish and greedy. We must each do our assigned duties and obey the rules, and then we can all benefit, and each of you will receive your appropriate share of the profits." A young man named Samuel stepped forward. "But if you and Mr. Jones decide the rules and whip us if we disobey, how is that any different from what we had before?" "How can you say that?" Mr. Smith asked. I'm shocked. You were a slave before, and now you're free. Things still need to be managed and organized by those best qualified to do so. Do you know how to run a plantation, Samuel? Well, no, he answered. But if we're free, why do we get no say in what the rules are and how things work? I'm surprised at your ingratitude, Mr. Smith answered. None of you know how a plantation is run, so you're in no position to be making decisions about how things are done here. You don't seem to appreciate all the things that Mr. Jones provides for you, from protecting you from all the outside threats you know nothing about, those who would come here, capture and enslave you if not for Mr. Jones' protection, to making sure that you all have food and housing, tools to work with, you're cared for when sick and injured, and so on. There wouldn't be a plantation at all, no cotton to pick, no land to plant and harvest if not for him. You should be grateful that he's made possible the level of comfort you now have. Your lives would be far worse if not for him. Nevertheless, as free and equal participants in this endeavor, from now on at each meeting, any worker may have 2 minutes to ask questions or voice suggestions or complaints. With that, the workers all seemed satisfied.
You want us to keep going, Chief?
You can stop. But you see how they come in with the convincing the people to remain slaves. So remember, they gave us what's called the slave Bible, right? And the part that they used to always focus on was children, obey your earthly master as you would your Father in heaven.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Now look at what he's telling them again.
Yes.
Right now, insert patriotism. Right. You have a right to voice your opinion, but if you say the wrong thing, we're gonna chop your head off.
Yeah.
Right. So all of that is included. Right. So the Jones plantation, Mr. Jones is the house nigga. Mr. Smith is the pale face he hired to help him to negotiate terms of work, a union leader. Right, because the families won't work if Big Mama ain't there, and he done already poisoned her off and took her name out the house. So it ain't Big Mama house no more, it's just the big house.
Right? And this was called the Jones Plantation, the name of this film. Okay. That's what the name of it was, Tiffany. Wow, this was absolute fire. I agree, family. Thank you all so much for watching this. Hit the like button, please. I see 1,903 people in the chat. Subscribe to the channel. And please, if you are inclined, make sure you bless Chief Pontiac with all this wisdom and knowledge and information, these jewels that he's dropping. I will put his Cash App in the chat again. It is $SIKAPE. And having said all that, I'm going to ask Chief to please give us his final words.
Just believe the real, don't follow the fake. And you'll see them. They separate themselves by quality information. And sometimes quantity if they drop enough receipts.
And what's the hope for the future, Chief?
We head into a golden age, so get ready to shine. Shine bright like a diamond.
Yes, sir. Oh, they're saying thank you both. Thank you, Dr. Pruitt. Thank you, Chief. Lead with your heart. We love you, Chief Pontiac. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Shining like a diamond. Much love, Chief. You're the best. And this is the best show ever. Thank you, family. Thank you. We're so grateful for you all joining us here. Thank you for your time. We've been on almost 6 hours, but it's been awesome.
It don't even seem like that long.
5 hours and 42 minutes and 46 seconds. So thank you for your time. Thank you, family, for your energy, for spending your Friday night with us. We love you both so much. And we're heading to the golden age. And remember, President Trump is who has been selected to be the one to take down the deep state. And then he will disappear from the scene and we will transition to a republic. And then from the republic, then we will move on to this common law or the government that was here before, the government of the autonomous peoples. So Did I get that correct, Chief? I want to make sure I got
Absolutely.
it correct. Okay. So that's about it, family. We want you to have a good night. We love you so much. Thank you for the Cash App blessings you've been sending, Chief Pontiac. Thank you. Thank you for the blessings you've been sending me, Dr. Kia Pruitt. May the Most High return it to you 1,000-fold. And we'll see you later on, maybe even tomorrow. Peace, family. Good night.
Thank you, Dr. Kia.
You're welcome, Chief. Thank you so much. I want to bid good night to the family.